Started. So welcome to the City Council meeting tonight. It is April the 7th. We are now going to call this meeting to order at 6:30. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Here.
and Mayor McQueen LeJean.
Here. We're going to now move to the inspiration by our Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Oh,
No. Okay, sorry about that. I guess if it's not on the paper, I'm not going to say it.
No. You gotta stand up. No. That's okay. No, you can't do it.
Councilmember Gama is going to lead us tonight.
Everybody can place your right hand over the heart. Ready? Begin.
Great. Now we're going to move to the inspiration.
okay. Welcome, everybody. As we gather today for our city council meeting, we are reminded of a legacy of a man who dedicated his life to fight for justice and the right for workers. Cesar Chavez, his unwavering commitment to dignity, respect, and equality for all people, especially farm workers, stands as a beacon of hope for those who struggle for fairness in our society. Cesar Chavez once said, "The fight is never about grapes or lettuce. It's always about our people." It is a powerful reminder that the battles we fight are not just issues or policies that are about the people who are hard, who love their families, who seek the same opportunities and the justice we all deserve. His courage in organizing, his persistence in the face of adversity, and his belief in nonviolent actions changed the course of history. But the fight for equality, justice is ongoing. And this is up to us to continue the work that Cesar Chavez started. Just as he taught us, we stand together united as a community. We have the power to create lasting change. Today, let us renew our commitment to work together for a better future. Let us listen, advocate for, and act for those voices who are often unheard. As we may remember that this is through service to one another that we truly honor the spirit of Cesar Chavez. And I want to thank everybody for coming today. We see attack on liberties. We're seeing OSHA being taken down on a federal level. And so this Cesar Chavez reading it stands true today. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And before I move any further, I am going to apologize to our Madam Clerk. I see flag salute clearly now, so thank you so much. Next, we're going to move on to our public comments. And so we're going to hear all comments not related to our agenda items. You may see an item on our agenda under presentations, which is from the port. And so just know that we generally don't take public comments for presentations. So we're going to hear all public comments now before we get started with the rest of our agenda. So over to you, Madam Clerk.
The first comment is from Josie Gonzalez, and David Murphy, you'll be after her.
Great. And all public comments are 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Josie Gonzalez, and I live in Surfside 4 across from the pier. And I want to address a serious safety issue that is occurring on the pier. I almost got bowled over twice by these big motor electric bikes that speed down the pier. The pier is a lovely place to walk. I've lived here for the past 2 years. I really enjoy it. You have children, carriages, fishermen, everyone is having a good time, but this is a serious safety issue. For 2 years now, I have been sending emails to the city addressing this issue to Shirley Jackson, Fred Camarillo, Michael Federico, and I've had no response, and that's why I'm here today. To have these bikes on the pier, in my opinion, is in violation of your ordinance 4212, saying that wheeled vehicles are prohibited. However, there is no signage. So if we're going to have adequate enforcement by the chief of police, you need clear signage. Just like there's no dogs on the beach, there should be no bicycles on the pier. And this really is a very dangerous, unsafe condition. Thank you. And incidentally, I do have some material for you. I've taken pictures of these big bikes. They look like motorcycles and are surrounded by children and women, trying to walk the pier.
You can go ahead and hand them over to our
I have.
Madam Clerk here, yes.
Thank you very much.
No problem, thank you.
Mayor, if I could just briefly note, motorized vehicles are a challenge in every community right now. Anybody who's on Nextdoor, Facebook, or any of those places can see that, that's a common complaint. And so a lot of cities are struggling because the tension between encouraging people to go out and exercise versus potentially writing tickets for using certain types of equipment to do that. So that could always be a future conversation. It may actually be something that we want to that the council could ask the Citizen Advisory Commission maybe to look into and make some recommendations. I just wanted to note in response to the specific comment that I know our team did update the signage at the beach to highlight, we have several rules at the beach. There's about probably a couple dozen, so we updated signage to try to highlight all of those things in one friendly, positive sign. And so the signage during that period that was referred to over the last year, the signage was updated in an attempt to try to get some of that information out. But the motorized vehicle conversation is a challenge that's happening across cities at this time. So.
Thank you, Over
Hi.
to you.
My name is Dave Murphy. I've been a resident here in Port Hueneme for 25 years. I love our little town. But this is Victims of Crime Week nationally, April 6th through the 12th. And I'm a victim of a violent crime that happened here on January 7th of 2021. A deranged guy in my neighborhood hit me over the head with a hatchet, leaving me paralyzed on my right side for quite a while. And now it's ruined my life. So I took a lot of time to write this big speech, and I realized I'm not going to be able to get through it. So I just want to share with you, city council members, mayor, city manager, that we need to do a better job of protecting our citizens, innocent people, from crazy people that are dangerous. And there's a lot of them out there. I went to the police so many times from 2017 to 2020 before I got attacked, and it didn't do me any good. I went to the DA's office just 5 weeks before. They kicked it back to the police department. I could go on and on with all the facts. Steve's heard me at the sentencing for the guy that attacked me. And so all I want to say is we can do better. And it was so disappointing. And Chief Federico, I'm sorry, I didn't want to, I apologize to him in advance because he wasn't the chief at the time. I think if he would have been, this probably wouldn't have happened. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Ross?
Sir, hold on just one second. Sir, you said that you had a letter. If you want to turn that letter in, if you want us to read that, you can actually have that, give that to the. Thank you so much.
So we have Greg Ross making his way to the podium, and then Byron Ward will be after.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. You've heard me before. 55 years I've lived in Ventura County. Last 20 years in South Ventura County and Port Hueneme. I'm going to start with this. You've seen this before, but I'm going to say it again. It deserves being said. All the major commercial ports on the West Coast, this port is only less than 1/10 of a mile away from high-density residential. You can look at Long Beach, San Pedro, Oakland, Portland, Seattle, not even close. Okay, so based on that, I want to play you a little audio, if I may. All right, that's enough. That was at 2:37 a.m., a little before March 27th. And I think you all have this in front of you. I hope you do. This is only the start of what I'm going to do. I'm a morning person. So I get up, I open my window, and I listen to what's going on at the port. And this is all of the stuff that I hear, by time and by date. So you can see what we're up against. It's noise pollution, and it's very detrimental to everyone's health. So, April 4th, just this past weekend, there was noxious fumes in our neighborhood. Floated over, there was a wind from Carpinteria to Malibu, and we got all these fumes. This is what we get when we live near the port. High density residential, we get this. And it's just, the port doesn't care. When I send an email to all of you, I hear back from Steve Gama, from Laura Hernandez, from James Vega. I hear back. When I send an email to the port, I get crickets. They're not responsible, they're not responsive, and they're not a good neighbor. So I've said what I want to say. The noise pollution is bad, the air pollution is bad. They're not our friends at the port. And maybe some of you think they are. I don't think they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Byron Ward. And Rodolfo Flores will be after.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Byron K. Ward, and I own two businesses here in Port Hueneme. I reside in Marina Victoria, and I'm here this evening on behalf of my nonprofit. It's called Central Coast Minority Enterprise Resource Affiliates, and I'm here on the topics of clean, green technologies and energy, and I had a brief conversation with Mayor LaJean, McQueen LaJean, and she is referring me to the city manager. And I just wanted to put these topics of economic development and clean energy, green technologies on the table. Looks like an opportunity for some debate here regarding the previous gentleman's comments about the air quality in the area. We have found the port to be a very good neighbor and a good partner in economic development and clean energy initiatives. We know they have their zero emissions initiative. So let's talk about these topics and how we can benefit the community of Port Hueneme and the broader Ventura County area. Let's talk about the California Jobs First initiative and how we can bring some resources into our area. So putting these issues in the public domain, and I welcome anyone that's interested in working with our organization for economic development initiatives, clean energy, and green technologies. Thank you.
Sir, hold on just 1 second. Can you come back and just give the name of your organization?
It's Central Coast Minority Enterprise Resource Affiliates. We call ourselves Samara for short. Thank you.
And if you left your contact information with the clerk on your form, we'll have our economic development team get back to you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Raudel Flores, long-term resident here at Hueneme, over 33 years. Parents were farm workers here in support of the port, and how it's benefited me and what I've seen them done to the community here in Port Hueneme. I myself have been able and thankful enough to be able to participate with them and giving back to the community, whether it's the farm working community, students, educational programs, giving back during Thanksgiving, Christmas, and allowing even my daughter to participate in all those events, and my son. And you know, I'm proud to say that they've also grew up here in Hueneme. She's gonna graduate in May from Cal Lutheran with business. My son's in the military, did 5 years as a Marine, and is currently as a reserve for this Navy. And I love Hueneme. I've loved growing up here, and I enjoy the community we have here. And I've really enjoyed how much the port has given back to the community. That's been something that I appreciate a lot, because I feel being that we are in South Oxnard, in the south end of Ventura County, we were forgotten, I feel, at times, you know. And I think that the community here really has accepted and enjoyed what the port has done for them, and just wanted to share how much it's meant to me, and just seeing other students and volunteers also benefit from what they're doing. It's contagious. You know, it's amazing to see. Just yesterday, they supported also the Cesar Chavez March. Over 1,000 people were there. They gave out food. They were supporting, and it's just amazing to see that unity that they bring and that positive energy, and it's contagious. So I just want to say that they've done a great job, and I hope they continue to do that, because I think it's a great benefit for this community and this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to note so we have a State of the Port presentation on the agenda as a presentation item, but we don't have any port business items on the agenda. So for the public, the council can't really discuss a topic unless it's a business item on the agenda. So I just wanted to note up front that we don't have any pending business really related to the port. I think the only item we've had recently about the port was scheduling a joint meeting with the port of the electeds to work together. So just to kind of let the public know that, because I'm not sure if there was an expectation that there was some pending action, because there isn't at this time. But obviously, everybody's able to still make public comment. There just won't be any response from the city at this time. So.
We have Saul Medina and then Rick Castanero.
Good evening. My name is Saul Medina. I'm a South Oxnard resident, but I'm also a former planning commissioner for the city of Oxnard for 8 years. Participated in their 2020 plan and their 2030 plan. One of the things that I remember is the port not being as active with the South Oxnard or with Port Hueneme. Recently, they have participated in being more of a good neighbor. I was very impressed that they are willing to go green, not in 2050, but in 2030. And they're being very ambitious and working with green electronic vehicles that they have been able to purchase, and other products that they're willing to bring in to make sure that they reduce the pollution. One of the things that I've been participating in is with the port and the Sea Frog, which is an environmentalist organization, with the air pollution. And I've been very enriched in participating in that program with other community members that complain about the not only the noise, such as one of the gentlemen, the pollution, diesel fuel, and being able to resolve it. And one of the ways that the port's participating in that is also with air quality monitors that they're willing to put on from their own. So that's a commitment that they've been able to do, and I've been participating, not just myself, but other community members with different points of view, with similar points of view, and an ability to grow. So that's what I wanted to say, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Rick Castañero, and I thank you for this opportunity, Mayor and board members, council members. I'm an active member of this community. I've been an educator at Bard Elementary. I've been a director of countywide LULAC, and I'm currently the president of Fuerza Latina Health. I'm here because I've seen the port create opportunities in this community during good times and during bad times. During COVID, the port stood up like no other business in our county and provided food to thousands of people weekly, bi-weekly. They've helped through jobs. They've helped support our police explorers, and I'm very proud of institutions like this being in our community. They put up an air monitor that's the best air monitor in our county right on top of Haycox Elementary, the school that I went to from kindergarten to third grade. And they've continued to support our diverse communities. We're not just a beach community. We have neighborhoods that are working class. We have neighborhoods that are very low income. And of course, we have neighborhoods where there's professionals. So this diverse community has been supported by the port. And more than anything, the port has supported the people that can make cargo move. They keep our supply chain moving. And as we know, since COVID, it's probably one of the most important things that is happening in our economy. I do want to say, I understand that beach homeowners have issues with the port and its operations. And I've found that when we've had an issue, when we have had questions, for example, about clean air, the port has been a good business partner with the community in taking action. So I hope the gentleman that spoke earlier will not stop trying to dialogue and make this community better, because I know the port will, and it always has. It's impacted my family for generations now, and I want to make sure that we keep that in mind when we talk about the port. There are people in this community who will support the port no matter what, because the port has impacted us in so many ways. Jobs, needs, they've always been here for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jaden Duenas, and then Itzayana Hernandez. And Becky, you'll be after.
Hello, my name is Jueza Jaden Duenas. I am part of the Enlaquech Cultural Arts Center. The Port of Hueneme is very important to us. I have been in the
Take your time.
I have been in the center for 6 years, and the port helps us stay open. The port has also had food distributions that help many families. And my family, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, good job.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Itzayarna Hernandez. I am 11 years old. I am a student at the Inlac Edge Cultural Center. Today I want to thank the Port of Hueneme for being a huge support to our center, where many children and I have benefit. There we learn different instruments and dance. Without the help of the port, this would not be possible, since our center is kept open by donations. Wherever the port is at, there is free food or bananas distributions for the community. Thank you, Port of Hueneme, for your great work.
Thank you.
As Becky Bruning makes her way up, Victor Gallardo and Anthony Gonzalez will be after.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff, and audience. My name is Becky Bruning, and I'm here representing Rokapi Outdoors. First, we would like to thank the port for their longtime partnership with us and for the paid interns that we get. Normally, Kevin would be doing this, but he had a previous engagement. But he wanted me to tell you how much he appreciates all your help. Before you have flyers for our fundraiser dinner coming up June 1st. If anyone in the audience is interested, I do have other flyers with me. And that concludes it.
Victor Gallardo and then Anthony. But you can, if you're here, or, oh, yeah. You can speak first. That's fine. Thank you.
I had a little speech here, but let's see if I can get it right. Good evening, council members. I know most of you, have a couple of you up there anyway. My comment's going to be for the Port of Hueneme. I'll have to read it because I don't have my iPhone that I can follow it. Anyway, my name is Manuel Gonzalez. I have lived here in Port Hueneme and the city of Oxnard for 84 years. And I've seen a lot of development. I heard a gentleman speak, about the noise pollution and on and so forth. Well, before, when my parents came from Mexico and my grandparents, there was a little airport in Oxnard. They started developing around it. We had the Oxnard Air Force Base in Camarillo. They started building around it. Point Magoo is already here. The CB base was here. So I always tell people, you knew what we have here. Enjoy it, because it's a beautiful city in Port Hueneme. Anyway, so to get to it, my question to you before you is, how vital is the Port of Hueneme? Does the city of Port Hueneme get funded? Any money from the port? By the year? And people were talking about feeding during the pandemic. We belong to the Disabled American Veterans. I am a Marine Corps veteran. My brother here is a Marine Corps veteran. I am a Vietnam veteran, and he's an Iraqi or Afghanistan veteran. We joined the Port of Hueneme, Clínicas del Camino Real, and donated money to feed the field workers. And this port here has always been here to support our veterans. Before I joined the Marine Corps at 15 and a half, they used to give work permits. I was an R number here at the Port of Hueneme at 15 and a half years old. At 17, I dropped out of Oxnard High School and joined the Marine Corps because I didn't have any money. And so the Port of Hueneme has always stood by us. And for the community and the businesses that we have here, they all, before we had this building here, the businesses right downtown here in Port Hueneme benefit from the port. They used to go to the pharmacies, the restaurant, the bank, and the bars, for some of you that weren't here. But anyway, so let me get to it real quick. Food drive donated to Hueneme community, job opportunities, suppliers, union construction workers, not to mention impact on veterans and naval-based Ventura County. Since World War II, Korea, and Vietnam War, the Port of Hueneme was vital in moving supplies for the military troops in need in defending our country. The United States of America, I encourage the city to continue to support and be good neighbors with the Port of Hueneme, and I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, both of you.
Thank you. I'm Victor Gallardo. Good evening, Mayor and fellow ladies and gentlemen on the City Council. I'm glad I followed this young man. I too believe that Port Hueneme is very instrumental in world trade, not only for our government, but for the military. I have personally experienced how important Port Hueneme is. I have two daughters that went to West Point. One of them is a Black Hawk pilot who was involved during the Iraq War. The other one was a logistic officer who received a lot of cargo that went from Port Hueneme to the Middle East. The environment here does create a problem, but I do believe that the current port manager has worked diligently and has made a lot of progress since she's been here. There is issues, but you're always going to have those. When people came to Port Hueneme, they knew there was a beach, they knew there was a pier down the street, but they also knew that there was a working dock next to the port or next to the beach. And let me move one step back here to Senor Lopez. The founder to the ILW Union was a good friend of Cesar Chavez. So thank you very much for bringing him up tonight. So thank you. This port not only creates jobs for longshoremen, but it creates jobs for plumbers, carpenters, and laborers. And this Port of Hueneme, the county of Ventura, is a middle-class community starting at Magic Mountain and coming all the way to the waterline over here. Yes, we have a few places that are filthy rich, but we came here to make money and we came here to work. So I have 1 minute left. I have very sloppy notes, but maybe the port should meet with the environmental groups that we have in Ventura County. I believe one of them is called the EFROG. I'm not familiar with them, but I think so. And the things that go on at the port, they can't be helped. It's just part of moving big cargo, making money, and that's why we're here. That's why we have a city council, because we have to govern this little tiny community. It's not a big community, it's a small one. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you again. Thank you. I came unprepared.
Natsanit Hernandez, and then Heidi Ellison.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nitsanit Hernandez. I'm a current high school senior, and I am speaking in support of the Port of Hueneme. The Port of Hueneme plays an important role in the region. Its environmental and community impact is multifactored. As a major cargo handling facility, the port supports local organizations and businesses, creates jobs, and stimulates economic growth in Oxnard and surrounding areas. From an environmental perspective, the port has made great efforts to reduce ecological footprint. Some initiatives include implementing sustainable operations, such as using short-side power for docked vessels, investing in green infrastructure, and promoting environmentally friendly cargo handling approaches. The port also contributes to the community through various programs and partnerships. In fact, almost all organizations I have been part of throughout high school have been sponsored by the port, supporting local educational initiatives. As someone who has had the opportunity to intern at the port, I have seen firsthand how important community work is for them. And I can say that the Port of Hueneme is committed to their community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heidi Allison. I want to thank the mayor and the city council members for this opportunity. I am the co-founder and program director of Nate's Place, a wellness and recovery center, which is right on the border of Port Hueneme and Oxnard. And my husband and I started the center. We opened our doors 2 years and 2 months ago in honor of our son, Nate Rhodes, who had navigated substance use as a young teen and had been successful in his recovery, was studying at Oxnard College when he was 21 and he was killed in a car accident. Nate's Place is the recovery recipe that helped our son through his teenage years. And we have great partnerships with Ventura County Behavioral Health, but also with the Port of Hueneme, who co-hosted our second anniversary and sponsored another event that we have. We're one of the only, well, we're actually the only center in the community that provides one-on-one peer support recovery coaching for teens and young adults who struggle with substance use and mental health issues and trauma. And we have served over 300 young people, both at our center and in schools since we started. We also have 20 plus recreational activities. We have a whole gym. We do boxing classes, guitar lessons, art classes. We take the kids kayaking every week, et cetera. And then we have 13 groups. I'm a licensed therapist of 25 years. We have 13 evidence-based groups, such as CBT groups, coping skills, and our whole goal is to get the kids and the young people in the center, give them all these fun activities to do, and then near the end of the day, we have groups and teach them coping skills. So I'm coming here. One of the things, we do not charge a cent for our services, and we have 3 transportation vans that pick youth up at their schools and at their homes and take them home every night. And I wanted to just thank you all for the support of the port. And also, we're looking for a building because we're at Fisherman's Wharf, and in a year, we will no longer, Carl's the Adventure Park, will be taking over the park. So we're really open. If you, our primary people we serve are Oxnard and Port Hueneme youth. And we've had great success. 95% of them report that their mental health has improved, and 96% their substance use has reduced since coming to Nate's Place. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes in-person public comment, but I have 2 written comments. The first one is from Jeffrey Scarberry. Near the end of the last council meeting, there was an announcement made regarding a council member working with the REACH nonprofit organization on a new city mural. Although few details were mentioned, it sounded like something related to the City Heroes History and Heritage Policy section regarding public art. Whatever the appropriate process may be moving forward, please operate in full transparency with the entire City Council, the Citizens Advisory Commission, and the general public. Thank you.
Just because it's relevant to those last 2 speakers, the Citizens Advisory Commission was mentioned, which, yes, that process goes through the Citizens Advisory Commission. But also, I think perhaps the speaker about Nate's Place, maybe you were attending because I think a week or 2 from now we're having our Community Benefit Fund application workshop. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but so that is going to happen City Clerk, do you remember the date for that?
April 14th?
April 14th. So just so you're aware, and I think we've invited everybody to attend that, including your representatives.
The next one is from Xochitl Gomez. Greetings, Mayor McQueen Lejeune, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, and council members Gama, Hernandez, and Perez. I write this letter in support of the Port of Hueneme and their community engagement. The port is truly committed to the community, specifically here in Port Hueneme and including South Oxnard. I am a counselor at Hueneme High School and appreciate the port's willingness to collaborate with local schools and nonprofit entities. I have witnessed many of our students enjoying learning about the port through port tours, participation in the global trade and logistics class, the first robotics competition, and the famous Banana Festival. Many of our Hueneme High School students have participated in volunteer opportunities with the port, including the past 5K run, Santa to the Sea, and the Banana Festival. When I contacted the port last year for a food donation for our graduating senior class of 2024, we were gracious to receive bananas, bottled water, and lip balm to give our students as they participated in 2 days of senior activities and graduation practice. The community engagement team and the port as a whole is truly committed to collaboration and building and strengthening our community. I look forward to continued success from the Port of Hueneme. Sincerely, Xochitl Gomez. And that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. And thank you to all who have provided public comments on this evening. We'll now move to the approval of the agenda. Are there any corrections to the agenda? If not, can I get a motion and a second?
Move to approve. Second.
Great. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great. Do we have any members of the council who have a conflict of interest for any of the agenda items? No? Okay, we'll now recess the city council meeting and call to order the Housing Authority regular meeting. The time is now 7:12. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Member Brown?
Here.
Member Blackwell?
Here.
Member Gama?
Here.
Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member Perez?
Here.
Vice Chair Lopez?
Here.
And Chair Mayor McQueen Lejeune.
Here. Okay, we will now hear public comments related to the housing.
No public comments for Housing Authority.
Great, thank you. Okay, go right ahead.
If I can just note, I know it's not on the agenda, but I have a feeling, I just want to note for everybody in the audience, I have a feeling most people are still here for the port presentation.
Okay.
So I just wanted to note, because we have to recess into the Housing Authority meeting to approve the Housing Authority item, and then the next 3 items after that will be the presentations. The third presentation is the port presentation. So just in case anybody's wondering what's happening right now. So we'll work through this part. We expect it to be fairly quick.
Yes, great, thank you. And we'll move now to consider the Housing Authority consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless an authority member asked to pull an item. Any items to pull? If not, can I get a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. All right, let's see. Number 3, Housing Authority business items. Request for out-of-state travel.
Yes, and I'll keep it very brief because I know we're, I think, trying to get to the presentations. We had said earlier this year that with our travel budgets and conference-related training, conference and training-related budgets getting very tight due to our budget constrictions, that whenever we have somebody do out-of-state travel, we would come forward and explain briefly why we're doing that and why it's important. And so this item is an out-of-state travel for our housing specialist to attend the Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act Summit in Las Vegas, Nevada from May 6th through May 8th. We noted at that time that especially if we're sending somebody to Vegas, we'd explain why we're doing that and that it's for a good reason. And so I just wanted to reiterate to everybody, this conference is actually a once-a-year conference that is intended to get everybody up to speed on all housing-related rules. And housing is an area where we want to be up to date because of potential liability and concerns that could arise. So this is the once-a-year training. They're holding it. They are holding it in Vegas. They aren't holding it anywhere closer to us. But the good news is Vegas is actually relatively cheap travel for us as well. So we are recommending sending our housing specialists to that training to get trained on all of these issues. And then we're only sending one person with the idea that they'll come back and help educate everybody with what they've learned. So we recommend that that the Housing Authority approve that out-of-state travel for that conference.
Great. Are there any questions? Any public comments?
No public comments.
Great, thank you. We've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion and a second?
No.
We don't have any questions.
City manager gave
who's
the
going?
entire report.
Housing specialist is going to be attending. So.
Yeah. Did you have anything?
No.
Okay, great. If there aren't any questions, let's go ahead and take a motion and a second.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Are there any authority member reports? Does anyone have anything to report?
No.
No? If there are nothing to report, we're going to adjourn from the Port Hueneme Housing Authority regular meeting and reconvene to the City Council meeting.
Tony.
Okay. We're going to move to our presentations. We have two proclamations we'll be reading this evening. The first is the Autism Acceptance Month proclamation.
Thank you. You okay, Johnny? Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have added. So I'd like to call up Ashley Pope on behalf of the Autism Society, Ventura County. And then we're going to have Councilmember Gama read the proclamation.
No, you could, we're going to present you with the proclamation after I read it, but if you could introduce what you do and how you do it.
Definitely. I did come with something prepared for you guys today.
Oh, great.
Good evening, Port Hueneme City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you in recognition of Autism Acceptance Month this April. My name is Ashley Pope, and I'm here tonight as the proud president of Autism Society Ventura County. And of course, we're proud to accept the proclamation on behalf of the organization, as well as on behalf of the many autistic residents who contribute to the wonderful city of Port Hueneme, and the families like mine, families who love someone with autism. This April, more communities across the country are shifting from awareness to acceptance. Awareness asks us to notice that autism exists, which was important about 20 years ago. At this point, most people are aware of autism. To move to acceptance invites us to build a world where autistic people are truly valued, included, supported, and feel a true sense of belonging. At Autism Society Ventura County, we celebrate autism as a natural variation of the human experience. Autism affects how people communicate, process information, and interact with the world. 1 in 36 children born today will be diagnosed with autism, and countless adults, many undiagnosed, navigate life on this spectrum without the critical support that they need. Here in Port Hueneme, autistic individuals are our neighbors, students, coworkers, friends, and family members. They are the artists, the problem solvers, entrepreneurs, and the advocates. They bring insight, innovation, and unique perspectives that enrich our entire community. Acceptance isn't just a warm feeling, it's a commitment to action. It's ensuring inclusive education. It's designing public spaces that accommodate sensory needs. It's training first responders to understand neurodivergence, and it's hiring practices that recognize the value of neurodiversity in the workspace. We would actually like to recognize you all today. council members, and the City of Port Hueneme staff, because although Port Hueneme is one of the smallest cities in Ventura County, your initiative and drive for inclusivity are some of the most progressive and among the very most impactful. The City of Port Hueneme was among the first to add inclusive community into your council goals. You've also invested in inclusive events and infrastructure, including the recent inclusive swing sets on your beautiful beach. And when it comes to your police department, you could not have a greater champion for disability awareness and inclusion than Police Chief Michael Federico, who was actually named our Awesome in Autism First Responder of the Year in 2024. We thank you for leading the way. This Autism Acceptance Month, Autism Society of Ventura County affirms our commitment to more just and inclusive future through our extensive community education and advocacy initiatives. Our largest event each year is Ought to Run, and this year will be our 13th annual out at CSUCI on April 27th. We invite you to all join us, as well as everyone here tonight. And you guessed it, Port Hueneme is a sponsor, so I just thought I would throw that in there for tonight. We hope to see you all out there. On behalf of Autism Society of Ventura County, we thank you, the City of Port Hueneme, for your leadership and inclusive services, and for honoring and uplifting autistic people and their families. Together, we can continue to build a community where everyone belongs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. The first time I met you was a couple years ago at the mall. And how big was the puzzle that we worked on?
Oh yes, we had the world's largest jigsaw puzzle competition. It was 60,000 pieces, so 61,000 piece puzzles.
Right,
Thank you for coming out. We did puzzling with a politician, puzzles in politics. That was fun.
It was
a
fun.
lot
I brought my family, and you didn't lose a piece. And I thought there's no way you're going to finish it, and they finished it, and it was amazing.
And I'm still
60,000,
traumatized.
right? Okay.
That was a lot of fun.
That was fun. That was a lot of effort. Okay, here we go. I'm going to read this proclamation. Autism Acceptance Month, April 2025. Whereas April is designated as Autism Acceptance Month, and whereas autism, also known as Autism Spectrum Disorder, ASD, represents a broad group of disorders that vary widely from mild to severe and is characterized by difficulty with social interaction, communication, severely limited interest, and repetitive behaviors. And whereas the lifelong nature of ASD and other development disabilities require a variety of types of assistance at different points in an individual's life. And whereas our understanding of autism has grown tremendously since it was first diagnosed, as there is no known cure for autism. Early diagnosis and the resulting appropriate education and intervention are vital to the future growth and development of the individual. And whereas a variety of public and private organizations and agencies strive to provide quality care, support, and services to children and adults with ASD to enable them to live as independently as possible and to reach their full potential. And whereas hope lies in a broad spectrum of treatments and in an informed public and community committed to providing support and service to individuals diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders. And whereas the Port Hueneme Police Department will wear patches and pins as an outward expression of our inner commitment to connect with our community, to create acceptance and support those dealing with the lifelong neurological disorder. And whereas we join the Autism Society of Ventura County in proclaiming April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby recognize and proclaim April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month, proclaimed on this 7th day of April 2025.
Thank you.
And next, we're going to move on to, we'd like to call up Don Durazo on behalf of the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors. while she's making her way up, Councilmember Perez will read the proclamation.
Thank you. Fair Housing Month, April 2025. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11th, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and community recipients of federal fundings to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors and the Real Estate Fraud Advisory Team are committed to highlighting the Fair Housing Act by continuing to address discrimination in our community by supporting programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities, and by continuing partnership efforts with the organizations to help assure everyone of their rights to fair housing. And whereas the City of Port Hueneme is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities, and whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities, and whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. And whereas the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics commits all realtors to providing equal professional services without discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, handicap, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Fair Housing Month and begins a year-long commemoration of the Fair Housing Act in the City of Port Hueneme and urges all citizens to wholeheartedly recognize this celebration throughout the year.
Great. And you could have some words if you like.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council and the City of Port Hueneme for this proclamation and for recognizing April as National Fair Housing Month. On behalf of the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, my name is Dawn Durazo, and I'm the VCCAR Treasurer for this year. I'm honored to accept this recognition. This month, we commemorate the 56th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act. It's a landmark piece of legislation that reaffirms our collective commitment to equal housing opportunities for all. Fair housing is more than just a law, it's a fundamental value. At VCCAR, our members work every day to uphold the principles of fair housing, inclusion, and opportunity. These principles are also firmly rooted in the Realtor Code of Ethics. This code requires every realtor to provide equal professional service to all and to actively promote practices that ensure dignity and fairness in housing. We know that a home is more than just four walls. It's the foundation of stability, success, and community. That foundation must be available to everyone without exception. This month, we are not only celebrating these values, we are actively engaging our communities around them. On April 23rd, VCCAR is proud to host a Fair Housing Forum in Santa Paula. This free event will bring together housing advocates, community leaders, legal experts, and real estate professionals to talk about the challenges we face and the solutions that we can build together. It's an opportunity for learning, conversation, and action. We are excited to bring the community together on such an important topic. We are grateful to the City of Port Hueneme for standing with us in support of fair housing. Your proclamation amplifies the importance of this work and inspires continuous progress. Thank you again for your partnership and for recognizing that every individual and every family deserves a fair chance at finding a place to call home.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a quick question, please?
Yes.
Can you repeat the date of your housing forum, please?
April 23rd.
Thank you.
And the information is on our website.
Very good, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 6, the state of the port. We'd like to welcome Kristen Dekas, the CEO and Port Director, and Oxnard Harbor District to present the state of the report. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable members of City Council and City Manager. It's a privilege to be here this evening in front of all you to deliver our annual State of the Port. And I thought it'd be nice to start out with offering that we celebrate today over 87 years of history, and this parade here is actually a groundbreaking parade from 1939 when we built the Port of Hueneme. And I think it says something to all the collaboration about our city family, our port family, and the folks that joined us today are really part of our joint city-port community. And again, I just like to recognize some of the people that came out that we work with and we partner with from the business community, nonprofits, educators, including Inlakesh, Channel Islands Navy League, Real Guppy, Morito Foundations, Nate's Place, our wonderful workforce in ILWU, Luana, 585 in our trades, our disabled American veterans, LULAC community representatives that have been here, Latino Health Association, AIM Academy, and Samara, to name a few. But this is really our family, our partners, and that's what makes us strong. It's really a fabric of who we are and our DNA. So after that video, I know James, city manager, and the team, when we went to DC, this was our mantra: you can't have commerce without community, you can't have community with commerce. And I really believe that's true, and I think that's why we work so well as a city and community and port to collaborate. So I'd like to introduce my harbor commissioners that are here with me this evening. We have the president of our board, Commissioner Jess Ramirez, and also our longest standing commissioner, Commissioner Jess Herrera, with us this evening. So just a quick reminder on how the Port of Hueneme works. We're a little different than the other ports of California. We're governed by a body of 5 elected harbor commissioners. The other ports in California are actually owned by the state, and then they're entrusted to the communities, and then the mayors appoint harbor commissioners. So we're really our own autonomous local governance. And as that, we do not collect any money from the taxpayers. So our goal is really, being voted by the community, is to serve the constituents that live here to create economic and social good by having access to the global stage for trade. So we don't want to become a rich port. Our goal and our DNA and our mission is to enrich our community. It's true. So here we are. Let's deliver the state of the port. Some things and facts people might not know when you're in the backyard of the San Pedro big ports, LA and Long Beach. People might not realize our total footprint in the global trade, but we are actually ranked in the nation's top 10% of all the nation's ports. We move about 18 billion on an annual basis. We are the #1 West Coast banana port, and we are also the #1 West Coast blueberry port. So growing some new cargoes there. We're the 4th largest container port in California, 6th on the West Coast, 5th largest auto port in the nation, and 24th largest container port in the country. And these guys, the longshore here, they move all that cargo. Thank you. Thank you. We have grown about 80% over the last decade, and our growth turns into prosperity for our community. We have also, with that growth, retired our debt. I think it's fair to say, I haven't checked the stats, but I'm pretty sure we're the only port in the country with no debt. And hats off to our CFO here, Austin Young, has put together wonderful AFRs every year, but we have gotten 14 awards in a row for our accounting practices. So congratulations, Austin. Revenue sharing. Just to touch on this quickly, as you know, we have several contracts in play right now. We have the 1983 agreement, 87, 95, and then the settlement agreement from 2015. And City Attorney, I know we owed you those questions, and we did get them to you today, so we'll give you a minute to look at them. But if there are follow-up questions, we did, based on the last meeting where you were discussing those, we got those back to you. So.
Thank you. I did receive those questions this afternoon. I have a couple comments that I'll respond to Mr. Duran on.
Okay, thank you. Okay. But in the big picture here, let's look what these revenue sharing accounts have turned into over the years. Starting in 1983 with the first agreement, there was a $24,000 allocation to the city of Port Hueneme for the business at the port. Today, that number is actually risen all the way up to $3 million. And those funds actually are 11% of our budget and the second largest part of your city budget. So certainly critical to both the port and the city to see these contributions to support this year your police department at 1.6 million and road repairs at 800,000. And we understand and appreciate that those services are incredibly important to us as well and the success of the port to have strong policing. So thank you for that. And again, this is all from the port's revenues that help provide these vital community services. All right. To touch quickly on the 2015 settlement agreement and the Community Benefit Fund, if the port makes more than $13 million a year, $100,000 goes into an account, and we use that funding to go and support what we call community benefit fund programs. And to date, we've invested about $1.13 million. And a most recent project was the 5K race and health fair. And I think it was a wonderful event, both for our community, our city, and our port. And I think those are the kinds of great things that we can do together. And that really was the spirit of the Community Benefit Fund, was to have the port and the city to come together to do good for the community. So again, a very successful program there as we continue to pursue that. Overall, the health of the port is very important to the economic backbone of our Ventura County GDP. We are the highest performing segment of GDP, and that's important to us as a county and to a district and to a city for several reasons. One, when it comes down to the economic output that the port generates, we've grown in that decade from 800 million economic engine to a 2.8 billion economic engine. In terms of tax revenues that go into the communities from the various activities of the port, they've grown 224% in the last decade, from 53.4 million to 236 million. And jobs have grown an explosive 144% from 10,000 jobs to 24,000 jobs. And when you look at that from a direct jobs, we're about 3,400 direct jobs, but this happens to be one of my favorite slides, because if you look at the people that work at the port, they live in your city, they live in the Oxnard district. So 11% of the people that work at the port live in the city, 63% live in the Oxnard Harbor District, and 95% of the people live in the county. And these are good, high-paying, quality jobs that sustain families. So a very important work, and we're proud to be a community employer. I think one other thing I'd like to touch on quickly before I jump into the strategic plan is that we do also share our harbor with Navy Base Ventura County. And we have a great joint use agreement that was actually developed on the watch of our two harbor commissioners sitting here. But what we do is when we use Navy infrastructure to support commercial operations, we don't pay the Navy rent. We pay them in infrastructure, and we build and support our local military, which is another very important function of our commercial seaport. And we also have a customer on base who does the same thing. They lease 90 acres of real estate on the Navy side, and they also don't pay rent. They pay in infrastructure improvements. So over the last 10 years, between the port and the Navy, about $90 million has gone into our local military. So. We just in January adopted our strategic plan. It is posted online on our website. It was a 4-year open, transparent process. We had 6 workshops, over 500 surveys, 50 interviews. And I do want to point out that we really did try to listen to the comments from the community. So if you go into the community section, we can show you the comments we received and how we really tried to integrate those comments into the strategic plan. We're happy to sit down with you and go over those, but it was important to us to take the community feedback and integrate it into our strategic plan. As part of that development of the plan, we also did due diligence, and we did surveys through a program called AlphaView, which actually really looks at the demographics of a community when it does its polling, and it will stop taking votes or surveys from certain segments of the community once they realize the general percentage of that cohort. So me, 56-year-old white woman, once they had enough of us, they're going to stop taking surveys from that demographic. And so what we learned in these communities where we did this polling for the Oxnard Harbor District is that the community does support the port and economic expansion and prosperity, and particularly so when we do it with a nod to the environment. We're also working hard to modernize our operations. We've gone from what's called break bulk cargo into containers. It's a different way to move cargo, and we really need to modernize our docks, and we're proud to say we were the recipient of an $80 million grant from our governor, plus local transportation boards like the Ventura County Transportation Commission has brought significant funding into the port to help us build up our infrastructure. So today, from those particular grants, we have about $160 million in capital work, and when you add in our environmental grants, that number actually goes up significantly further. And who gets all of the work that comes in through the port? It's our wonderful ILWU. Hey, guys, take a bow. Chapter 46, thank you. These guys work during COVID. They put themselves on the front end of the supply chain, and they do it day in, day out. I'd say the best workforce in the West Coast for ILWU. We enjoyed that partnership. And then we also have a project labor agreement with our trades group. So when we build those hundreds of millions of dollars worth of projects, they're going to our local trades because it's important we give and build the opportunity for our local trades to get this work. We recognize this. They have vet programs, apprentice programs. And what's been really cool to watch is to build up a workforce in maritime construction that didn't exist here before. So again, thanks to the leadership of our Board of Harbor Commissioners for having the wisdom to do this PLA, and thank you to our trades for building great projects on time and on budget. So as I deliver the state of the port, I'm pleased to report that we are continuing to be very committed to our environment. We have an environmental program. We are what's called Green Marine Certified. We're the first port in California to do this, which means a third-party auditor comes in, and to get improved report cards year over year, you have to demonstrate success and advancement and progress. So you have to keep moving forward in the environmental work. And these sections of our environmental framework are where we invest our dollars in environmental stewardship, including soil and sediments, marine resources, water quality, energy, climate, and air quality. And we have about $100 million worth of environmental projects in play right now. We are also committed to being, we think we can do it, be the nation's first zero-emission port. We received a $43 million grant from the EPA that's going to transform 95% of our handling equipment to battery electric. With grants that I mentioned from the state and from the VCTC, we're electrifying our port so you'll be able to plug in ships everywhere at every berth. We have hybrid plug-in cranes. We're getting an electric sweeper to protect our groundwater. We all saw what happened during that big storm. So that's exciting equipment coming, and then we also have a big solar project in play. But we commit, and we're gonna set the goal to be zero emission by 2030 for those handling equipments and things that we can control. We recently, on Friday, I'm excited to report, we got another $4 million from the VCTC to help build the shoreside power on North Terminal. That said, I think we all remember this day, December 21st, 2023, when the water came down like an atmospheric river, and that it was indeed, and it took out our substation for shoreside power. So we are pleased to report today that we are getting $40 million from the Cal OES to rebuild this system. We have done all of the permitting, and it sits in Mr. Vega's desk now. He's only had it a week, so we'll give him a second to review and get the permits back to us, but once those come back out, we'll be going out to bid and get the system back online. And then in the interim, we are using the emission control system, BAR systems, to collect emissions from the stack of the vessels with I guess the contraption that you see here that we call stacks. So the emissions are sucked out of the stack, they go onto that barge, and then they're treated and they are released as an innocuous gas. We only have one of these online right now because we also have to use them to support our auto cargo. Because they are actually being regulated right now as January 1st, 2025. They have to be zero emission at berth, but we are receiving another barge within the next month, so we'll have all systems going here and do our best to keep these vessels zero emission when they're at berth. We also, I think some of the comments came out today, but we continue to collect data on our air with the EPA reference grade monitors. We collect data on air quality every second, every day, and we post this data, and we try and boil it down into something the community can understand. We're happy to work with everybody to tweak that, but we do care about our air, and we do measure it. On the community front, we do hear you. We know that trucker safety is a big priority for the city. We have put out flyers and posters. We'll continue to do signage, continue to work with the chief on ways to best control and mitigate any truck traffic concerns, especially with speeding and those sorts of things. We encourage our drivers to slow down and be responsible stewards to the community as they move through our city streets. We also have done noise studies. We spent $30,000 on these studies, and what they told us is that they do not violate city ordinances, and much of the local neighborhood noise is more of an issue than what is happening at the port. And so we did hear you, we did do these studies, and we believe that if we did them again today, this was done in 2021, we'd have the same findings because the operations of the port are literally the same. In terms of some of the other community partnerships, I think you heard from a lot of folks today, but we really want to bring back to the community what we can when we have high-performing operations and revenues. And so we have done distributions at Boca Park. We have supported the Beach Festival, Hueneme Explorers Car Show, Thanksgiving meal distributions. We can apply together for FEMA grants, and we brought $1.5 million to the police department through the federal grants. We have our Banana Fest. The jobs of the residents, it actually comes out to a big number there that you all see, $25 million in payroll a year. And then we have our trade and logistics class and our community tours that we do for the students here. In terms of Port Hueneme businesses, it's really a goal of ours to support the businesses in your city. And so we actually, at Christmas time, we get vouchers for all the longshoremen as a celebration of their year's success, and we give these vouchers to them to go spend money in local restaurants. We always try to use local restaurants for catering events, and these are some of the folks that we've worked with. But it's important for us to support the people that are doing business in Port of Hueneme. Likewise, with the nonprofits, the boots on the ground groups here that change lives. We want to see them do that. We want to sponsor and support those organizations that are so invaluable to all different groups in our community, from the vets to the students to education, you name it. We want to be there to help autism, as you heard earlier tonight. And then pleased to report about 60 students have gone through our global trade and logistics class at the port. For those that are not familiar with that, we have 2 cohorts of high school students that come out and do semester programs with us. They run about 11 or so weeks. They come after school once a week. They get trained by a maritime expert and coached in how to seek opportunities in maritime careers. And then the excelling students get paid internships with us. And we've had many participants from Hueneme High School. And then we have over 1,000 students come to the port for port tours, and we'll pay for busing. They have a gem in their backyard, and we want to make sure students have access and learn about this at a very young age. So that's been a wonderful program that we've been working with the local educators. And then finally, this section here I call What's Up, Doc? A few quick highlights. I was in Washington, D.C. for the American Association of Port Authorities Conference and took the opportunity when being there with my commissioner, Commissioner Hodge, and we met with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Headquarters District. And then follow up to that, I also had a meeting with the local sector here in L.A., because we have our own donor equity project, as you can see here, $2.2 million that we're trying to get in the work plan. And so we had a very constructive meetings in both places. And as we understand it, $8 million is going into the work plan for the mid-year dredge. So that was the news that was come from those sessions that came back to me. So that's good momentum there. Tariffs, I'll just, I wanted to bring this up because I actually think today is a day that we all want to stand strong together, and I ask you to support your port. Clearly, this is somewhat of a stressful time for our industry. A 25% tariff on automobiles is a very big tariff. when we talk to our customers, we feel that they think this is a approach by our president to negotiate and get people to the table, so we're hoping they don't stick, and they're not making any knee-jerk reactions, so we expect volumes to remain the same for the short term. But as things evolve and things become more permanent, it's really hard to say what's going to happen. And so we ask today, if you look at these other tariffs and all the countries that we do business with, South Korea 25%, Germany 20%, United Kingdom 10%, Japan 24%, Sweden 10%, Guatemala 10%, Costa Rica 10%, Ecuador 10%. So these are items that we're paying very close attention to. We're working very closely with our customers to see what it means for their business. There's something else in play. I don't know if you heard of it, but it's called it's under the U.S. Trade Representative Office, and it's a fleet rule that's coming out, where if fleets have vessels built in China, they could charge up to a 3.5 fee per vessel per port call in the United States. So clearly that would have extremely profound impacts on how cargo moves and the supply chain. So I guess tonight I leave you with a call to action is to support your port, help us navigate through these times. We'll keep you well informed. Clearly we rely on one another, and this is a time for unity and to work together to navigate the interesting moment in trade policy that's happening in Washington. And in closing, this is my last slide. I do put these up here. We have launched an Everbridge system for the community. If you text port info 888-777, we will use that to send out alerts and notifications to the community partners so that they can get information when things might be a little different going on the port. We'll make sure people are informed. And then our Harbor Master office is open 24/7, 805-488-4615. For folks to come, and if there's an immediate concern, that's the number to call. So please keep us informed. We want to hear you. We want to take your comments very seriously, and we want to work with you to make Port Hueneme and the Port of Hueneme a better place. So thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So, thank you. Just at this time, I will allow clarifying questions. If you have any clarifying questions to what was presented, this is your time. Anyone have questions? No questions? Councilmember Gama?
Can you explain the text port info, how that works, and does it push information out? Because I'm thinking about this event on Friday with the emission and the winds working against us.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to notify not necessarily the residents of the city of Port Hueneme, but the residents who live in very close proximity to the Port of Hueneme? Because I think sometimes, that's the community that faces the biggest impacts, and we did have that situation on Friday.
Yes, fair question. So if you text 888-777 and put in Port IFU, that signs you up for the Everbridge system, and then we will push out those notifications. That's the goal, to keep you informed if there's something unusual happening that doesn't, and you might smell something, see something, there might be an exercise, any of that, it will get the local community informed. Yes, that's the goal.
Great. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Stekas, for your presentation. I have one question regarding your presentation. Can we get a copy of that?
Of course you may, yes.
File. And thank you for everything you do for our community, our workforce, our labor unions. And I want to also thank you for the work you did during Women's History Month and all the leadership that you built among our women and the women at the port. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you so much for your presentation. No more questions. Okay, back to business. We'll move to consent calendar. We will now consider the consent calendar. All items will be enacted in one motion unless there is someone would like to pull an item. Any items need to be pulled?
I'd like to pull item 11.
Item 11.
I'd like to look at number 9, and maybe we 2-minute break might be in order.
What did you say, 9 and
9
11?
and 11.
So move to approve items
Except 9 and 11.
1 through 12 with leaving out items 9 and 11.
You mean 7 through 12, right?
7?
7,
through
8,
12.
10, and 12.
Oh, okay, okay.
Always defer to the clerk.
Yeah,
So-
I didn't hear.
Yes, so items 7 and 8, 10 and 12.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'll-
So we
I'll
pulled those
sec-
items.
I'll second that.
Okay, so who moved? Who motioned? You did? Okay, I didn't hear that. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Sorry, it's a bit loud in
Okay,
here.
so let's take item number 9, resolution accepting Sustainable Communities Program. Was that you? Yeah.
Shall I let the room
Oh,
clear?
Can we take 2 minutes?
Thank
Can we
you.
take a 2-minute break? Let's take 2 minutes.
Yeah, the
All right, we're going to return to business, and we are looking at consent calendar item number 9. Over to you, Councilmember Gama.
Thank you. I was just looking for a little explanation on it. It's a program for safety grant for the City of Port Hueneme, rectangular rapid flashing beacon. What is that, and how vast will it be? How many will be installed, and what's the purpose of them?
Yeah, so RRFBs, the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, which is always a mouthful. Those are the flashing square lights that are built into some of our crosswalks already. So it's just a long name for them, but if you drive through them all the time, they probably don't, without realizing it, you don't realize they're rectangular, but they are, and so it's just the flashing crosswalks. And so we had identified as a city a list of locations where if we could obtain funding or a grant or something along those lines, we'd prioritize these areas for future crosswalk improvements. And so one of the key crosswalks we were looking at was along Hemlock Street due to its high volume of pedestrians plus the proximity to local schools. And we actually got Oxnard, City of Oxnard and Oxnard Public Works support on letters of support for the grant opportunity. So this SCAG grant comes up periodically every couple of years, and we are trying to put a focus on having some projects ready to apply for those, for some projects that we otherwise are struggling to find funding for. So we were able to obtain the funding this year, and we recommend accepting, the council adopt the resolution accepting the grant funding for those rectangular rapid flashing beacons.
Thank you. That's a very exhaustive explanation.
I guess I could have said there were the flashing lights.
Yeah, the flashing lights. But in regards to the flashing lights, I do notice the one out in front of City Hall sometimes will go and go and go and go, and it's, I don't know, is there a problem, or does it just do that every now and then?
I think the one in front of City Hall there's been a few times it's broken recently where there's a period where we're fixing them. So they're flashing lights, and so there is periodic maintenance and repairs to them.
Because it's always a little bit unsettling when they're flashing, and you stop, and then you're like, well, where is this invisible person? And then, I just hope that it doesn't happen so much that the city residents become complacent, and that's always a risk. Thank you.
Thanks.
Do we want to do a motion to approve item number 9?
I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 9.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. And now we're going to take item number 11, which is our Mayor Pro Tem. Pull that
Yes,
one.
so the contract award for the oil water separator maintenance, I was going through the contract, and I just had a couple questions. It lists the epoxy, the cement, I guess the manhole that this water oil separator is in, but it doesn't list the actual separator. Is this separator still good? Because it's not covered under the contract.
And I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Fred Camarillo, to give some more information on this project.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, members of the public. It's listed that way because it's through the pre-listed pricing through this cooperative purchasing agreement, so they don't have that particular item listed as something by itself, so it falls under the same pricing as that would be, so they list it as such.
Is it gonna get replaced?
It's gonna be rehabilitated. So we were at one point looking at removing the entire thing and putting a new one in, but after doing some research, we found that we could get someone to come in and rehabilitate it to make it function as new again without having to go through the process and the expense of taking the old one entirely out and putting a brand new one in.
So basically that area, are you guys gonna reinforce new concrete, new epoxy coating, and a new pump?
There is no pump. It's a gravity separation device, so the oil separates And the interior piping configuration separates out the oil, which floats to the top. And then the water gets
out.
through 3 chambers and then eventually is cleaned by the time everything's separated out. Well, 4 chambers actually on ours. And then the water discharges after that.
So the last question is, why was there such a huge discount on the line item C?
Because part of the cooperative purchasing agreement accounts for someone having to travel a long distance, but there is a contractor that is local down in Huntington Beach that is part of this cooperative agreement, so they don't have to have the long travel distance. So they discounted that part of it off.
Okay. And if this gets approved, well, what's, what like downtime? What are we looking at?
Oh, probably 2 days.
Okay, so it's quick.
So that's why we're also waiting for the rain to try and get out of the way, because we'll plug everything off so we have no drainage going through it while the work's being done. So,
okay, thank you.
And I didn't have any questions, but now that he's asked a couple, I think I
Yeah,
will
me too.
So what would be the cost of a total replacement?
well, we had gotten some budget pricing, and we were looking probably somewhere around $250,000.
Okay. And how long will this fix push out the need to get a new unit?
The materials that they're using, it's the same type of material we've used in the past on manhole rehabilitations, and we have some that have been in service with the same type of material for over 20 years.
Great. Thank you. That was my last question.
There's a song that comes to mind, you got to keep them separated. So when I do some consulting work and I know that we go out and we empty out these clarifying tanks. And so when there is separation occurring and there's oil, do you have a periodic company that come out and suck out the stuff and then tag it and move it on for proper disposal?
Yeah, we collect it, and then our contractor that comes and takes like our used oils and all that type of stuff, they haul it away.
And then I would imagine that this is for the wash area for the trash trucks and all that, and all that water collects and it goes through a process and the oil gets separated and eventually the water goes out clean.
Correct. And then what we're going to also do with when we do this, we have some 5 drain inlets that are placed around our yard that collect the runoff. And so inside of those, we have the ability to retrofit those and put in filters that will absorb all that stuff even prior to it getting to the main container that we're talking about here. So
Then
we're
my
going to do that too.
Okay, my final question is, with the big flood last year, did it overwhelm the system? And then do we lose the oil because we're trying to prevent the oil from getting into the storm drain. So with that amount of rain, did it overflow the system, or does it have a way to seal itself off?
This is actually connected to the sewer system, so it doesn't drain to the storm drain or to the creek or anything else. It goes to the sewer system. When it does rain heavily, it can, because the way this particular item works is detention time. So the water falls into the container and then it filters its way through slowly, with the intention of giving it time to separate based on the design of the interior piping. So heavy rain events affect it more, but it still removes and separates.
Great. Any other questions? Go ahead.
So can you cover it during rains?
Cover
the separator?
The separator? No, because it's already covered, so the chambers each have a lid on them so they can be serviced. But the drains in the yard are what collect that water, and then it takes it to the oil water separator.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I mean, during dry periods, we could put things, but that's, again, we're looking at getting the filters to install into the drain inlets that will take even more of that stuff out before it ever reaches the chambers.
Okay, great. We'll take one more question.
So does our stormwater discharge plan cover how this operates?
Well, this doesn't drain to the storm drain. The drains come in, but this is eventually, it's tied into
a closed-
the
okay.
sewer system, so it's separated from where the catch basins that drain the streets go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Can I get a motion and a second to approve?
Move to approve item 11.
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, Mr. Camarillo. We'll move to item number 13, the fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year budget update. Staff, please present your report.
Thank you. We have a few slides. I wanted to start with actually highlighting and introducing and thanking our interim finance director, Ashley Chaparro, who's in the audience and hiding back there. But I want to thank Ashley for stepping into the budget process. As everybody knows, our finance director recently accepted a position at VCTC. And so Ashley, without any complaints, has jumped into the budget process this year and has really kept it running very smoothly. So I want to thank her for that. And this item is not very exciting, which is a good thing. If a mid-year budget update is exciting, usually that's bad news. It means something major change that was unexpected that we are now having to adjust to. So this one isn't very exciting, and that's sort of the goal. And so Ashley and I are here to answer any questions that arise, but I don't expect much because there wasn't much change with this year. We'll walk through a couple of the changes that we did see. I think the biggest thing is we came back to the council about 18 months ago on the 2-year budget, and we talked about trying to budget more realistically, trying to budget for projects up front so that we make sure we have the resources to complete projects and not run out of resources in the middle of projects. And so we did that at that time, and that's reflected on this chart with the revised budget column where we included the that $7 million CIP, which was essentially the deficit for the fiscal year, is almost entirely the Bubbling Springs renewal project. And so we essentially came to council. We budgeted very tightly on all of our operating expenses to make sure that we could afford to complete the Bubbling Springs project in the timelines required to get the project done and keep the grants that we had that the city would have been at jeopardy of losing if we hadn't been able to get the project done. So now moving forward, now we're essentially a week out from our grand reopening of starting to open up the Bubbling Springs Park. And so it's good news and an accomplishment that we were able to really do what we said and keep our budget very tight and not have to come back and make more adjustments related to either the operating budget or those projects. So there are some challenges ahead, and we'll get to some, but we had talked at that time about 18 months ago about being also more realistic about the expected decrease to cannabis revenues and sales tax revenues. What we've seen actually is cannabis has decreased even, I think at that time, the reaction was maybe that we were being too pessimistic with what we came back and revised. It's actually decreased more than what we had expected. And even with that revised decrease, at its height, cannabis revenue generated about $3 million. I think at that time, I think the budget as proposed had something like $2.2 million, and we had downgraded it to about $1.5 million. As we sit here today, it's dropped to about $1 million a year. So a $2 million drop, a 66% drop or so of our cannabis revenues from what was expected 2 years ago from where we are today. So that's going to explain a lot of the pressure that we've had on our budget and having to adjust to that new reality that the cannabis revenue is not going to continue to be at that $3 million range. So,
may I ask a question?
Sure.
I know this isn't too exciting, so bear with me, but can you just explain the 7 million versus the 6.1 million, the proposed mid-year budget? So you've taken it down a bit, right?
Yeah. And so essentially, very simple explanation, it's going to be on one of the next couple slides, is that other CIP projects we're recommending postponing. So so we'll get to those, but there's other projects that, well, let me say it this way. There's also, maybe more than postponing it, it's a timing issue. There's other projects that are not going to be completed this year. So then that funding now is instead of, if we're not doing a $900,000 project, then the CIP budget drops by $900,000.
Oh, I got it. Okay, and then why is the word surplus there? Just
It's operating surplus or deficit. It's just accounting. If it's no parentheses, it's a surplus. If there's parentheses, it's a deficit. This is a deficit. Yeah.
because we're pulling it out of the CIP budget.
Well, because the CIP budget is pulling from our general fund reserve.
Oh, correct. Okay. Thank you.
So, and so you could see, let me go back to that real quick. So if we weren't doing CIP, our operating budget, we've managed to keep that balanced, even though a lot of organizations right now are having a hard time. And honestly, we'll have a hard time too as costs continue to increase. It's going to be a continuing battle, but we've been able to pull it off of keeping our operating budgets balanced. So, but the challenge for us is the city never created, prior to a year ago when we created it, we had never created a CIP reserve and built up a reserve fund that could be used to fund CIP projects. So if we're balanced on everything else, we still have to find money to do projects somewhere, which is why we brought 3 or 4 grants forward this week. So.
Yeah, I have a question. So prior to cannabis, and our operating costs seemed to double. Now that we're in cannabis now, between say 2018, 2019 budget, where are all the costs going?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot to that. And one thing I'll say up front is this item is just the mid-year budget update, but the next 3 or 4 meetings, we're going to have more thorough budget, like a budget adoption conversation. So I think we'll really get into the nitty-gritty in those items. This item had only highlighted what had changed in this year, but I think that that's going to be something we all have to look at because obviously there are cost increases right now, but I think when you look back at the last 5 or 6 years, ours increased more than just inflation.
Double.
And I think it's reasonable to assume that when revenue increased, the city started to do some things that it hadn't done before. And now as when cannabis picked up, we had money to do new things. But now that cannabis is decreasing, we are going to have to reevaluate those things. So I think that's really going to be the budget conversation as a whole, is what things are priorities to keep doing and what things are the things that, we didn't do this 6 years ago. It was nice to do it while we had the funding, but now we have to reevaluate, So we'll be getting into those. We expect to have multiple budget workshops and budget conversations this year from now to the first meeting in June.
So CIP pretty much going to be off the table for...
There's a few things we tried to do, and one is, like I said, the council actually adopted a CIP reserve. We were able to get 2 years of cannabis revenue to fund a little bit of a CIP reserve. So we have a little bit of a CIP fund now, but not enough to fund everything that was on, the wish list. Mm-hmm. And so we're just gonna have to be very, everything's gonna have to really go back to being priority based, and we're gonna have to say these are the 3 or 4 things we're gonna do this year. But it's, we can't do everything on the list all at one time or within the next 5 years even. So.
Okay.
So, I think these are actually like great conversations that we need to have and that we are looking forward to having over the next couple months. Today's item was intended to be a little bit briefer just because it only looked at what changed from when we adopted the budget, or actually revised the budget about a year ago to today. And there really wasn't much that changed. This chart shows the appropriations that were changed, or I'm sorry, the revenues that were changed and the expenses that were changed. On revenues, essentially, there's 3 items. The cannabis revenue we mentioned, and that change just reflects that it has decreased more than we had thought it would. It's decreased about another $800,000, $874,000. The Thayer Lane property abatement is, we were actually dealing with a nuisance property, and the city had to sort of pay costs up front to get the property, the nuisance abated. But we actually, with a credit to our city attorney's office, our community development team, Public Works, PD, is really a citywide effort. We went through the nuisance abatement process, and then we also were able to get reimbursement from the property owner for not taking care of the property.
Was that the full amount?
And so that was the full amount. So we got all costs back. So that shows up now as a revenue, but it's really just, it was the reimbursement for all the work we put into
Mr. City Manager, was that was a forced sale?
Yes. Well, maybe not technically. We abated the nuisance, and then they immediately sold the property. We didn't technically force them to sell the property.
Okay.
But the way it works for us is we put a lien on the property so that when they sell it, we get the costs back. So it worked out where they were motivated to sell.
Can you describe abatement? Was it leveled or was it just abated?
The city leveled the property because it was in that level of disrepair.
Yeah, we had to completely demolish the structures. There were 2 structures on the property, remove all that debris, and then fence the property up so that it couldn't be accessed, and also to continue to do weed abatement, so that's not just a lot with overgrown weeds. Then the property owner decided to sell the property, and because of the liens that we had placed, we were paid directly out of escrow for the full amount.
And before we get too excited about that new money coming in, you can see on the chart right under that we essentially took that money once we got it back, and we said now we're going to put these resources into Surfside Motel, and with the idea of just kind of continuing to abate nuisance issues, and then when we get, if and when we get the reimbursement for it, we can put that into fixing the next property and the next property. So that's reflected there. The only other item shown both on the revenue and expense side was we had done the registration fees for the 5K event this year, and so that shows up as both the cost of the 5K, but also the registration fee revenue. So that shows up, but you can see it's 2,000 in and 2,000 out essentially. So really the biggest change was the cannabis revenue dropping. And other than that, if it wasn't for that, it really would have been an uneventful mid-year budget adjustment. As I mentioned before, we wanted to highlight it here. I meant to highlight it in the report, and it wasn't as highlighted as I intended. We included the CIP updated list of projects, but I wanted to highlight that the biggest offset of that reduced revenue is that we are doing the design work for the Hueneme Road reconstruction project. We had originally planned to both do design and construction of that this year. The way it's working out is we won't get to construction this year. And so that is going to essentially be, by postponing that, it offsets that reduction in revenue. But it still leaves a challenge at the end of the day, which is we'll need to identify funding for that project, because as we already talked about, with our budget essentially being balanced, we aren't generating extra revenue to pay for those projects right now. And so I have talked with Ms. Dekas, who spoke with for the State of the Port today, and we talked about that grant writing project that the city and the port talked about partnering on as part of the Community Benefit Fund, and figuring out if we could tie in some road reconstruction projects into a grant writing opportunity, with the idea that it supports both the port and the city, because we all need the roads to be taken care of. So that's a conversation for a later day, and the community benefit fund projects will come to council separately, but that is an impact, is with the cannabis fee revenues being reduced significantly. It means essentially, we're gonna have to start looking at projects and which ones we push back or postpone. So we'll have the opportunity to go through those.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of quick questions
Sure.
on this current slide, Mr. City Manager. When you talk about the changes that you're referring to are since the July 3rd revisions that we approved back in June, I'm sorry.
June 3rd,
June
2024
3rd, okay.
revisions, yeah.
And I don't know if you saw my question regarding the tables, but in order to get the big picture, it would be nice to be able to see, okay, what was the adopted budget, what was the percentage and dollar change from the adopted to the revised budget, and then the same for the to the proposed budget, so we could really clearly see what the ups and downs are and the percentages change. So I don't know if that's possible, but it would be an easy way, at least for me to understand the bigger picture. And then can you explain what the personnel benefit budget increase entails?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that, because I had meant to explain that. And it shows up on this slide and the next slide as well. So just I always like to explain these, because obviously the first reaction from somebody might be, so we're giving people, more benefits at the taxpayer expense. And that's not what's happening with these. What these are adjustments to reflect the increased costs that, to just ensure that the budget is accurately reflecting those costs. So in other words, if the city pays, X percent of my health costs, and that, and in the budget, it's not showing that entire cost. We're trying to make sure that the budget shows the entire costs, because even though it may seem minor looking at like one person at a time or a couple staff people, as you can see here, the adjustment to reflect that was $92,000 in this case. So those numbers do add up. And so this isn't changing anybody's benefits. It's trying to accurately reflect the benefit cost.
And that's across the board for all departments?
This one, I know, I don't think it's all departments. It's, it's the general fund portion of employees.
Okay.
And so if we have, for example, an employee who works in the water district, they're probably not allocated to the general fund.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
And it does show up on the next slide as well, so we'll have that chance. So you can see here, this is an example where we have a fund, the Neighborhood Preservation Fund, Program Fund. And so we have one employee assigned to that fund, and so they're trying to be accurate with their costs. It shows that increase was $8,500 compared to it wasn't. It doesn't mean that there was an increase in costs. It just means that the budget wasn't accurately showing it before. So, that's an example though where that's probably about the cost. It's like one employee versus that $92,000 was employees across the general fund. So, I think this might be the last slide, or there might be one more. But so that prior slide was showing general fund adjustments, but we also had a few non-general fund adjustments. I think most of them are fairly minor and are those types of items, like trying to adjust the budget to be more realistic. But the big one we wanted to highlight is the $722,000 dumping fee increase. And I think this is just a really good example of where we're starting to see that pressure, just like residents see it, we see it, and in fact, some of those same costs get passed on to us. And a lot of times the numbers for the city are a lot bigger because we're paying that cost for everybody, for across the board. So I think everybody heard that last year Oxnard increased their dumping fees for their residents. But we as a city also dump through Oxnard, through their station. So essentially by passing through that increase, they've increased our rate as well. And And then, yeah, and for cities, it adds up where over a year, it can be $722,000 as it's reflected here. We mentioned in this that we are still working on that. We wanted to highlight it as an example. We wanted to make sure the budget reflects it, but we are working on that because we actually do have a contract with Oxnard that we're trying to revisit with them where we think that that number number might supposed to be lower than what is showing up. And so we're working on that with them right now.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
Or did you
I
want?
just had a question.
Yeah.
And so the number is showing up at 722,000.
Because that's what
for
they
the
billed
ci-
us this year.
This year. So what was the number before this, or has this always been 722?
This is just the increase.
This is just the increase.
Yeah.
So what is the amount?
I don't have that handy. We can send that. I don't think we have that off. We'll follow up with that.
Okay.
But this is just the increase this year. So like, let's say the fund, and I was going to throw a number out, but it would be a complete guess. But if the fund is X many dollars, now it's X plus $722,000 because that's the increase. So this is just the adjustment for the increase.
So, if I may, are you done? Okay, so that again points to the budget box or the table showing what the previous amount was and the change, whether it's up or down.
Yeah.
And the percentage, we would be able to see that for this particular dumping fee increase. Now, I've been, over the years, watching this number, and I've been very concerned about it increasing because at one point, Oxnard decided to change providers, haulers. And they went from VRSD, Ventura Regional Sanitation District, to, they went from moving it from dumping at the Tolan Road to Simi Valley. And they guaranteed that if they made that move, we would see our dumping fees go down. And now we're seeing them go up. So you might want to consider the contract in whole and going back to where we were with VRSD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're reviewing the contract now because we think there's actually a few issues. But this is being reflected now because this is what they've billed us at this point. And so we're hoping, maybe expecting that number to decrease, but it's something we're going to have follow-up conversation with them on.
Okay, great, thank you.
And just a final question. So this 722K, this is going back to the beginning of the fiscal year?
Yes.
So, Councilmember Hernandez made a really good point, and logic tells me if you're going to now haul it to Simi Valley versus Tolan Road, costs are going to increase, right? And I know that we've had these discussions before about how the city of Port Hueneme hasn't raised our rates in over 10 years, and we should do a COLA. We should do something so that we could prepare for events like this. So is that kind of like the city of Oxnard just kind of like dropping a big one on us? Like, oh, wow, we're going to up you $722,000 when how long had it been since they raised their dumping fees?
So this increase wasn't specifically to us. It was across the board.
Right, but this is our
Yeah, this is
impact.
our portion, but so I just want to make clear, it wasn't this, we weren't targeted, so to speak,
Right.
but it was across the board. But I know, it's sort of common knowledge that they're having their issues and they've had their rates challenged a few times. So I know they've tried to increase it a few times. I don't remember now if any of those stuck or not. But so this increase was a large one, I think, because the last couple they had tried to do didn't stick really.
And so moving forward, with just focusing on solid waste, for example, it's an enterprise fund here with the city. If we didn't budget for this increase, then you got to pull it from the general fund. And
Potentially. And that's where we have to, maybe this answers your last question, and this one is, as a best practice, cities should really be on the 5-year cycle of doing a
Rate.
5-year rate study, an increase, and on the 4th year, already start planning for the next year. Oxnard tried to do that, and I actually was in Oxnard when we tried to do that 10 years ago. I don't know how it worked out for them after that, but they tried to do that, and they tried to be on that cycle. They've had their own legal challenges and things like that, but we haven't been on that cycle, and that's one of the things we brought forward the item to get the approval to start working on a utility rate increase, because we're behind the curve on that. We need to start kind of falling into that best practice of looking at it every 5 years. And I think the reason this item is a good one to highlight is because it's easy like for people to just say like, hey, every agency is trying to squeeze us for more money right now. But this is an example where it's not really our choice. We're being told and this is just an example, but there's also the water district costs and everything else where they're saying we are increasing our rates. And now we have to pass that on, and not through any. It wasn't a proactive choice by the city to pass those rates on, but it's in order to keep continuing generating the cost of doing business, basically.
Right.
So anyway, so we have this. It didn't require an adjustment because we had already planned for it, but this year we also had, I think it was Calleguas, I think, that had the other where they had adopted 5 years of pretty significant increases as well. And then it's just something we're hearing about it across the board. Literally this weekend, I got an email from our insurance provider that they're increasing the rates 10%. So, we were talking that we started a couple months ago trying to work on having a balanced budget with a certain goal, and then you get more bills going up, and that goal keeps getting bigger, So it's just going to be an ongoing battle. But we're trying to do the things moving forward that will put us in a good position on these by going through the rate study process, having those that 5-year cycle, and then starting to build up some reserves for some of these funds. We're going to be doing those things, but these are the pressures we're feeling in the meantime while we get those going.
Hold on just one sec. So can you tell us what are your next steps as far as it relates to having the conversation about this number?
We're actively working with them to try to schedule some follow-up meetings. So I think Mr. Camarillo and I are probably going to have some conversations in the next couple of weeks. So
okay. So all right, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to commend the city manager
Gama
and Ashley for working on this budget update right now, and I really feel comfortable looking forward to our next fiscal year budget, because I know in the years past we've had a couple issues delivering a budget on time, and so I really appreciate all this detail, but I'm also kind of feeling the big picture, and I feel good about it.
Councilmember Perez.
I just want to thank all the city staff, all the directors, all the departments for participating in this. We know this is difficult, and we had a lot of surprises that we were not anticipating, unfortunately. But I just want to thank everyone for doing their best to try to get this under control. So we appreciate you.
Mayor,
Back over. Yes.
I had a point of clarification I wanted to make. Following Councilman Gama's comments regarding the transport of our waste from Toland Road to CME, I didn't intend to imply that that was the reason that our costs went up. In fact, when we were looking at changing contracts, and I was primary on the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, it was, I asked that very question, and the numbers showed that there would be no increase due to the distance. They actually had a chart that they showed us saying that there would be a savings in the distance between CME and the hauler was negligible. So I don't know why these costs are going up, just probably because everything else is going up. But I would be interested to see why that increase is so.
Yeah. I think we're at the point where it's almost more a question of why something isn't going up than why it is,
Right.
Unfortunately. So, but we'll have those conversations, and the information is helpful because we were reviewing the contract, but that additional background information is helpful. So. But I think that's, okay, we had one more slide. I think this was really maybe getting to some of the questions that were asked, because this item itself wasn't very exciting. Well, like we said, that's the goal. But we wanted to take the opportunity, and I probably have already done it throughout this conversation, but to highlight some of the things that this signals for us in our upcoming budget conversation. We don't want to bury the lead that, I think it's an accomplishment for the city, even though it shows up as a deficit. It was really an accomplishment to get the Bubbling Springs Park project complete within the grant timelines and all of those things. It shows up as a deficit in this year, but it was one of those things that the city had been planning to do for years, and this was just the year that it hits the budget, basically. I think one of the goals we had when we tried to sort of plan for that was at that time we made some difficult decisions to postpone some other projects. And we did that because we said if sort of the worst case scenario happens, there won't be extra money to do other projects. And so when you look back, that was a tough decision, and it wasn't a fun one, but it looks like it was the council made the right decision, and that the tough choices were made, and it allowed us to complete that project without fully depleting our general fund reserve, which is good. And now we have that reserve available for future years. It also helped us to kind of get started on kind of that path to maintain a sustainable balanced budget, which is really the goal now moving forward. We list here, though, some of the challenges that we expect to have that were sort of highlighted in this conversation. We mentioned the cannabis revenues decreasing faster and farther than even that revised realistic forecast expected. We also mentioned the cost increases that continue across the board. We even have just seen in the last couple of weeks, maybe it's an excuse, but some agencies already increasing prices, essentially saying, well, these are the new costs with the tariffs. So just even the cost of materials right now, we're seeing increases, and it's not like those weren't increasing already. So it's just, increase on top of increase. I mentioned earlier that we're hearing from agencies aren't our own insurance, but even other agencies that we're members of, for example, everybody's just looking to increase their costs this year, and those are all just they add up. We talked about those pass-through costs from other agencies like water districts or the city of Oxnard for the dumping fees, and then we talked about the CIP funding that we started with that reserve policy, and we created a couple years of some CIP funding, but we still need, the goal with that was to try to do that while we could, but then also allow that to buy some time where we can really create, kind of figure out how to fund our CIP projects into the future. So it was really good that we did that, and I think it's going to be very helpful for the next couple years, but we still have to sort of figure out where the next step is to really make our budget sustainable into the future. So those are the challenges that sort of popped up through this mid-year update that we're going to really work through as part of the budget process coming up at the next couple meetings. So.
Great. We're going to take clarifying questions. Do you have any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
So are we prioritizing projects that have to be done? I know we're scaling back, but when do we get to see this list?
Mm-hmm. So the CIP review will be at within the next 4 to 6 weeks. That'll be coming to council, and that is going to be the question, for councils. We'll take a stab at prioritizing based on the prior council direction that we've had, but that's going to be the conversation for council is there anything that needs to be adjusted? Was there anything that we put in the wrong priority order? And I think it's going to be a tough conversation this year because there's going to be more projects than there is funding.
Mm.
So, you know, it's easy when it's the other way around, but so that'll be, as part of the budget workshops, one of the budget presentations we'll give will be the capital improvement project list.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Any other questions? Yeah.
Can
Councilmember
we
Perez.
get from each department what they believe is their absolute necessity of priority list so that we can see, so we can actually take a look at and see what it is that we really need to focus on versus all the CIP projects that we need to do? Because I'm not an expert on construction stuff, you know, water stuff. So I would like to see each department telling me this is really something we need to take care of first as a priority. That way I know what decision I need to make.
Yeah, we can figure out a way to present that. I think we're working with all the departments right now on, you know, kind of a standard exercise when you expect budget challenges, is they call it the 5% exercise, where you ask each department, you know, look at your operating budget this year and tell me what, if you had to reduce 5%, what are the non-critical items? So I think what we can do is we can bring forward those items that we identify, and then we'll show the inverse of what that means we are funding. But I think I said this at a recent meeting. I think our personnel costs are something like 70% of the budget. So it's like once you pay for the people, there's not a whole lot of other items, you know. But there's always things like training, you know, training budgets, conferences, you know, those types of things. And so what I expect the 5% proposals to be, contractor services, those types of things, is probably going to be those types of items. But we'll bring that forward when we bring the council, or bring the item to council. And I think that is one I want to give the departments credit for, because we've been having those meetings the last couple weeks, and they're not fun meetings, but everybody understands the situation, and everybody is pitching in to try to find that across each department. So.
Madam Mayor, to follow up that comment, when you talk about previous council's CIP list, I have been on that council. It wasn't what we need to do first. It was a wish list for council that we wanted to see first. It wasn't necessarily something that was an absolute priority. So I would really like to see it from the experts.
Yeah, we'll bring that too.
Yeah, and that
Councilmember Gama.
if I may, thank you. I'm sorry. And that list was very exhaustive. I mean, it was destination playground, skate park. You know, it was very long and expensive list. So, I think. Well, I was joking around with Austin a little bit, like, "Hey, Mr. Grant Writer, you guys are experts," and I think the port is really good in their grant-seeking powers or abilities, because you heard. And so maybe as a priority, we could really get together, elected, and let's partnership on grant writing, because the road to Port of Hueneme runs through the city of Port Hueneme and gets traveled heavily. And maybe there is some opportunity for some partnership and grants, and that would be a really great pursuit.
Yep.
When it comes to roads and stuff.
Are you complete?
That is all. I think the last thing I'll say is, so we recommended that the council make those adjustments that we identified, and that's all we have.
Okay, great. If there are no other questions, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Any more discussion? If not, is there a motion and a second?
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Great, over to you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to item number 14, establishment of the Centenarian Recognition Program. Will staff present its report?
Yeah, the hardest thing is pronouncing it. I wasn't even going to try. Centenarian? Yeah. Yeah. This item is on the agenda. I believe there was a request from, I believe it was Mayor McQueen-Lejeune a couple meetings back to consider a creation of a Centenarian recognition program. We've sort of informally had recognition for residents who who are celebrating their 100th birthday. But I think what we were realizing is that only people who really knew about it, and otherwise we were hearing like months later about somebody who had turned 100. And so we took a stab because of that. We kind of laid out the questions that we already ask when we hear about these types of things and sort of the criteria that we were using. And we put together a proposed, essentially a form that if council approves, we could place on our website. The form would allow, we'd place it on our website, we could put it on social media and things so that people know about it. But the form would allow basically somebody who knows somebody who's turning 100 to sort of nominate them for recognition. And I think one of the key things was, one of the criteria that we noticed when we were looking at other cities is it's always like a question of like, well, like, do they have to live like a certain number of years in the city? You know, how does that work? And so the criteria that we saw that seemed to work in other cities was essentially one of two items. Either they lived a majority of their life in Port Hueneme, which, you know, is essentially 51 years at least by the time they turn 100, or if they're a current resident. And I think at first we were like, well, what if somebody just moved here and then they turn 100, you know, should we really recognize it? But I think the more we talked about that, we're like, well, no, that is an accomplishment,
Right.
you know, and we should celebrate, you know, that fact that we have residents that are reaching that milestone. So that was probably the toughest challenge for us, trying to come up with that criteria. That's what we ended up proposing. But the items on the agenda today for the council to discuss and to decide if they want to have a policy and if it would look something like this. But we did think that this would be pretty workable and could be rolled out pretty easily. The goal for us would be make it very simple where it doesn't have to utilize a lot of resources. We basically have a staff person be able to take this form, put a proclamation together, and then basically the way it would probably work is let the mayor and I know so we could coordinate to get the proclamation to them or for whatever recognition, because there's a couple recognition options there. So the idea was to try to make that simple. So the item is on the agenda today for council to discuss and determine whether to proceed and whether to accept this criteria or identify other criteria.
We'll take questions. We'll start with Councilmember Perez.
What about adding another thing on there, which I've received a few phone calls for something like this, and they've always wanted police drive-by? What about adding that into the whole celebration?
Yeah,
Having-
I know, and we have a couple residents, especially post-COVID, like during COVID and immediately post-COVID, there were a couple residents who had said they weren't comfortable coming to meetings. You could understand that, so we had arranged to drop off. I think we talked a little bit about that, and we were setting it up where, like, we didn't necessarily have that like in the criteria or the form, so that we're not like obligated to do it. But I think we sort of assumed that if they reach 100 and they can't make it to a meeting and it's relatively simple, we can make that happen. You know, it could be added formally. We left that sort of informal at this point where we figured we'd just work that out with them. So.
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. I think
Councilmember Gama.
asking a 100-year-old centenarian to come to a meeting could be difficult, but I think it'd be really cool to send a police cruiser with the siren and the lights, and then those of us who could show up and make a nice presentation, and then we'd always have a photo. But and I definitely want to just make sure that if you're 100 and you live in Hueneme, you're good. Right?
Yes, as proposed, that's correct.
Once we approve, if we.
Once we approve
Yeah.
it, okay, yeah, okay.
Councilmember
But I like the
Hernandez.
police.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a couple of questions. I like the idea. I think I've participated in a couple of recognitions where it was not only police drive-bys, but our public works people as well. I mean, the
Oh, yeah.
full trash truck and everything. But it brings to mind that that maybe, if it's optional, that's great. Hopefully our employees will be available and it's something that we can afford to do time-wise and money-wise. But the other thing I think that needs to be included in this policy would be describing a certificate or plaque that would be given to the centenarian. I don't see that in here. And then I was wondering if there was any consideration of incorporating this program into the Heroes History and Heritage Policy, so we have it all in one place.
Okay, and a couple points there. So the recognition type would be a formal city proclamation. Essentially, we stayed away from a plaque or like tile or anything like that, just due to cost. And so, and I think we have recognized, I think, 3 people since I've been here for reaching their 100th birthday, and we took a proclamation out, and I think they were appreciative of that. So it would just be, what we propose is a formal proclamation, and then that proclamation would include information based on what they provide to us as part of their biography and their contributions to the community. So that's what
Yeah, I think that's great.
is proposed. Now, what was the second part of that question?
If there was any consideration given to incorporating this program into the Heroes
Okay.
History and Heritage Policy, which
Yeah.
we operate under.
Yeah, and I think we could include it there. I guess the question for council, for the council to decide is that currently that policy goes to CAC for like, items submitted under that policy go to the Citizens Advisory Committee to be vetted. And they meet, is it quarterly? Yeah, so they meet quarterly. So because this really doesn't have a whole lot of discretion, because they really, the way we were trying to set it up was to avoid a situation where we read somebody and go, they weren't interested or, interesting enough to get a 100th, birthday proclamation from the city, or, essentially take like the judgment calls out of it. And it's just, if they are a current resident when they hit 100, or if they've lived a majority of their life, then they get the recognition. So it can be included in that policy. I think our initial recommendation would be, whether it's included or not, that right now it's just sort of automatic if this criteria is met, and it doesn't have to be vetted and approved by the CAC, which the rest of the policy does.
If I could comment on that, I think that it could be there. I mean, I just think it makes sense to have it in one place where people would know where to go to look for it, rather than it be a standalone. And the policy could read that it doesn't have to necessarily go through the CAC.
Yeah.
The Heroes, the Hueneme Beach Heroes, does that go through CAC?
That does,
Okay,
yeah.
so maybe we could just say this would be an exception and that it doesn't go. But it was just,
Yeah.
if somebody asks, where can I find this? We
Yeah.
would know to go to this, the Heroes Heritage and History
Yeah,
Policy.
I think we could do that. We can have it kind of folded into that policy, and then just make it clear that it's in the policy, but this is the criteria, and it's sort of
That's how it
automatic.
works.
Yeah. So yeah, that would work. And we can, depending on how quickly the council wants to adopt this, we could also approve this process and then bring that back when the next time we review and revise the Heroes Policy section. So that's something that can be done sort of like while we're rolling this out. So.
Great. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, so I do like the recommended details of inclusion of the city newspaper and social media. Should be. They should get the recognition. The optional recognition at city council meeting, I guess it's going to be based on what they want, right? So if we
Yes.
go to them, we got to be clear if it's going to be cities, who on city staff is going to go, and at least have those details laid out.
Yeah. Yeah. So whether we would honor them at a council meeting essentially would just be they decide. If they check yes, then we'll schedule it for the next available council meeting. If they check no, then we don't schedule it for a council meeting. So
Yeah, I know, but then B is do they want us to
Yeah.
go to them?
Yeah, and so one thought, and I would support the idea of adding that item, which I think I'm hearing council supports as well. But I think I would support adding it because it actually does give staff a little bit of cover as far as, you know, if somebody says, why are you doing this for this person and why are you spending city time on this thing? It's because we have a council approved policy that says that we are going to do these things. So we can add some language, and if council maybe approves it with direction to add language, so I don't have to think of it on the spot, but just something like, you know, if not, would you like a visit from available city representatives or something like that, you know, which could include, you know, you know, council members or, you know, we or staff, and we can, but I think we'd word it as like, you know, available, whoever's available, because it's, you know, it's obvious, it's got to be something that we can make work without having to like call people in on their days off and things like that. So, if everything else works, it could be approved with direction to add some of that language.
Not yet?
Just have a couple of questions, then
Right.
we're going to go to public comments.
Okay.
He wants to make the motion already.
I'm excited.
Right now. Just a couple of questions. So, like the form, so it says brief biography of contributions.
Or contributions.
Or contributions. So, is everything else going to be pre-worded? This is a proclamation, so there's generally a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, so how we would do it, it's basically what we do now. It's just trying to have a simpler process, and so everybody knows what to expect. Because we get things right now, like we'll get an email and somebody will say, I know somebody who turned 100, you should recognize them. And it's like, well, do you want to tell us their name or, you know, how we can get a hold of them?
Yeah.
So it's really, this could actually be helpful because it's like, you know, great, have this the form filled out and have it sent to us.
Right. But they're not writing out a full proclamation.
No, we're going to have a template, and then essentially, you know, if they give us 4 or 5 bullet points, we'll pull those in as the whereases. You know?
Great. So. Just a couple more questions. So I read this bottom part where it says nominator information, and then right under that it says, would you like to be honored by the city council? So it almost felt like it was for the nominator. And so maybe it could just say, would honoree like to be honored, or would, instead of you.
Or maybe put nominator information under the other too.
I just thought, why are you asking the nominator if they don't want to come? So that, and I think, at the very top where it says, and I think I know the answer to this, where it says 100 years of age or older. So does that mean if they missed requesting it at 100, they can request it at 101 or 2? Or does this mean I can request it at 100, I can request it at 101?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I hadn't thought about that. I'm thinking the person who wrote this probably did, and I guess I think I can know the answer is, and I think it's based on, we have a resident, and every year now, 101, 102, 103, they ask if they can get a proclamation, and we've honored that in the past. So I think as written, it was probably with that in mind, thinking that basically, you know, once they hit 100, if they ask for a proclamation, they're going to, that the city will take the time to give them that. So.
Or you can put in there just once.
Yeah, we could say one time only.
You get one time.
Yeah, every 10 years. After.
Okay, any other questions? If not, do we have any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, can we get a motion and a second?
Yes, I'm prepared to make a motion, but do you want my motion to contain the suggested changes that we want, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the centenarian recognition nomination form. And we could adjust it to make it a little more clear, and perhaps somebody who is 101 missed it, we would be able to honor them as well. And I would think just a brief biography of the person might be the better way to go, and strike the part about their contributions. Let's just have a biography of the person. clarify Mayor's suggestion on the nomination and present them with a proclamation and give them the choice of whether they want to come to a city council meeting or have city staff led by the police department to go and make a very nice presentation and take a photo. That's a big, big.
Did you capture all that,
motion.
Madam Clerk? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call, please?
Rich, you got 25 years.
I just want to make, it's a little expense. But one of the things that we want to promote is what a nice community it is. And by being a part of this community, you can live a long life. And it would be good public relations wise, perhaps, to have like a perpetual plaque. We can't have that many people over the years that, reach 100. And if they went into City Hall and they said, these are our centenarians over the years, I think it would send a nice message to the community that this is a good community to be. The other thing is, I guess, 50 years, there aren't going to be many of us that, because of a changing community, that would make it 51 years living here and that being the eligibility level. So you might want to consider modifying those. Those are my 2 points.
Great, thank you. Do you have a comment card? Thank you.
I'm sorry, just want to. Perhaps we could have Orvine Carpenter be our very first recipient in, what's that word?
We already have.
Centenarian?
No, the other word.
Posthumerous.
Oh, posthumously.
Yes, that word.
Yeah.
Maybe he could be the first one on the plaque if we.
Yeah, and we had honored him recently, and we had it on the list that we were also gonna try to issue him a proclamation at some point too. So the timing didn't work out, but we were able to honor him with the city council approved supporting his. Allowing him to have his 100th birthday in the Orvine Carpenter Community Center without the fees. So the city did, I think, a good job of recognizing him, but there was more that we wanted to do. So,
Madam Clerk, did we take a vote?
Okay, yeah. So Councilmember Gama and then Councilmember Perez seconded, and then all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to item number 15, formation of a Veterans Advisory Commission. Will staff please present your report?
thank you. And I have, I think, 1 or 2 slides on this as well. Similar to the last item, I think it was at that same meeting, we had a request from Mayor Pro Tem Lopez for a future item for the city to consider establishing a Veterans Advisory Commission. So this item was scheduled to allow for that consideration. I'm going to try to keep it simple, but creating commissions get a little complicated because there's a lot of ways you can do it. Anywhere from an ad hoc committee that doesn't have to be formally created to it could be all the way up to a committee being created in city code that has to be adopted by ordinance and requires a second reading. And so it's really there's some decisions to be made as far as like what level of formality and how to best approach that. We took a look at some other cities that do have veterans advisory committees. I want to say Menifee, and I was blanking on the other cities. Is it Chula Vista? Yeah, it's Menifee, Chula Vista, and Riverside County. So we took a few looks and we tried to sort of like boil it down to what we thought could work, but it ultimately will come down to what the council's looking to do and what the goals the council wants to create are. What we essentially put together was proposing just a similar commission formation to what the other commissions that we have follow, which is a 5-member commission appointed by council. We just aligned all the terms to match council member terms in the 4-year term, so it'd be aligned with those things just for keeping everything consistent. The council would need to decide some questions like, is residency required? I think what we proposed it would be. Is it required that the representative be a veteran or be military affiliated? And then what we had proposed as a starting point would be quarterly meetings, similar to the CAC and the Measure U committee. And then obviously, as part of that, the council could decide whether to do like an annual review to determine if more frequent meetings are needed. But that's really getting into the weeds of it. And I think the bigger picture question first is, what are the recommended goals and priorities for a Veterans Advisory Commission? We, again, looking at those other cities, we looked at what some of those cities had identified as goals: facilitating engagement with the veteran community, enhancing access to veterans benefits and resources, assist in planning or promoting veteran-focused events, support veteran outreach and educational efforts, or identify community needs and recommend solutions. I will always give the caveat that every city is different, and so usually just adopting what other cities does isn't really the best approach. Especially, you can even just see, it's been a while since I've been to Menifee, but I don't think they have a base, right? As an example. Riverside has one. San Diego does. But so you could see some differences there of, like, you know, we are a city that has Hueneme and Mugu, on either end of us, so we're unique. So the goals we might have might be different. And so we essentially try to put together some starting points, but I think this is an item that really, it's the first question is to the council, and what are the goals, what are we trying to achieve, and how do we want to achieve those?
Councilmember, I'm sorry. Did you want it?
You go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilman.
So I believe that we should focus on the enlisted personnel in our community. And does the word veteran mean that you have to be out of the military? Is that a definition of a veteran? And so my concern is, I think this is great to focus on veterans, but I also think we need to focus on the enlisted folks that come into our town, because I've heard from many of them when they come to town, they're looking for a babysitter, they want a good place to eat. You know, there's just gonna be a lot of service and information that we could help these people. Then, most importantly, and I'm thinking about Nate's place, maybe we could have a little Nate's place for the enlisted, a place where they could go and at least just know that there's different places to go for assistance when an enlisted person needs it. And of course, we've seen some tragedies in and around our neighborhood on that front. So, question, city manager, is this for the veteran? Does that mean you have to be out of the military?
It's completely up to the council at this point. So it's we kind of gave the framework, but it's up to the council to define exactly how it wants, like what all these terms can mean, or how we would do these things.
Yeah. I have some questions as well. So can we let the Mayor Pro Tem kind of share what his thoughts are?
Yeah,
That's what I
absolutely.
was going to say.
Yeah.
I think he should be the one, since it was his idea.
Yes. So there is, there is language for active duty personnel, veterans, and even veteran professionals that are VA specialists who could actually fill this role. We just have to work on the language, and so that could definitely be done. Just us clarifying what we want. So I would propose that to the, as the thing is active duty veterans and veteran specialists. So that would be good. My thought process is this. We do have the two bases here. We have a VFW. We have a lot of veteran nonprofits around us. We have active duty personnel in our residence, yet they don't advise the council at all. So we need them we need a voice for them so that they can advise us on veteran things. They could help us with Veterans Day, Memorial Day, come up with other things that we can actually honor our local vets. And I just think this opportunity is to kind of reach over the gates, reach over to the nonprofits and bring them into this council and have them advise us on what veteran services that we can provide for them or how we can better suit our vets. So there's a lot of language that we could actually revise, and I think staff has a lot of the language already. We just have to actually physically see it all.
Councilmember Hernandez, then we'll go to Councilmember Gama.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, for putting this concept forward. I had a couple of questions about the overlap that we might be experiencing here with the VFW and some of the other nonprofits. And my question is, did we talk to the VFW about what services they provide? Do we have a sense of what other services are being provided by these nonprofits? And I ask that for a number of reasons. One, we don't want to duplicate efforts. I don't think we want to duplicate efforts. I don't think we want to step on anybody's toes. But most importantly, we don't want to promise something that we can't deliver, because we're not in the business of delivering services as a municipality. I think we can connect people to services, but for us to, we'd have to have a budget to do that. We'd have to have staff to do that. The other question I have would be similar to the way we appoint the Citizens Advisory Commission and Measure U Committee. Would the cities be able to solicit participation from the community for people, just say if one council member doesn't know a vet? There may be, I'm more inclined to appoint people who are interested in participating than just appointing somebody who may not have that interest. So if the city could, I know that you've done that for we've done that for the Citizens Advisory Commission and Measure U, invited them to be part of it. I'd like to see that as well. And can we also hear from Tom Fiala about what he thinks about this? When it's time?
Yeah, Tom, you can make your way up, but before that, let's do a comment card. No. Did you have something, you had any questions? And then
Yes.
you as well?
So bear with me, Hueneme Beach Cleanup, every now and then a Navy group will come out, and I have all these buckets and sticks, and it kind of breaks my heart because I see the petty officer handing out a glove to each person in a bag, and I say, no, come over here, I'll give you the bucket, I'll give you the stick, and we have a hand washing station, protect yourself. But my point being is that what I'm feeling is that this, whatever we call it, could have a list of wellness activities, Real Guppies, Nate's Place, Hueneme Beach Cleanup, have things that we could introduce enlisted and veterans to participate in, because so many times, whether it's Real Guppies, Hueneme Beach Cleanup, we interact with a naval family, an enlisted person, and veterans. So the way I'm evolving on this is like, have good activities that we could refer interested people to. Hey, if your son's having problems, there's Nate's Place, Real Guppies, Boys and Girls Club. I mean, we have all these wonderful activities, Hueneme Little League, and just be able to connect enlisted and veteran to services that could be helpful to their family.
So I have two thoughts on this. First, to yours, what you were talking about, there was a time many years ago, he's too old now, but a veteran did have all the connections and do our veterans. Larry Downing was the one who put on our Veterans Day programs a long time ago. But there's a lot of different agencies, a lot of different organizations. I met a Master Chief Thrift, I think is her name. She has a bunch of Navy people who want to volunteer, get involved. They came out and helped out at the 5K. I connected her with Taylor. But they have a lot of people that want to get involved in the community. They want to get involved with what's going on. They want to do volunteer hours. So this would be a good way of connecting those groups with all the different, like Veterans Mentor Project. We could get them all connected to all these different agencies. That's a perfect way of making the connections to these people who feel isolated to the base only and want to get more involved in our community.
Totally agree.
Any other questions? I guess questions that I had were very similar to the ones Councilmember Hernandez was asking. And so what I'm hearing, though, sounds more like an ad hoc committee than a advisory committee.
I think that
And one of the other things that I'm hearing is a lot of connections, connecting people. And so in my mind, it's like, do we need a committee to connect people? I don't know.
Well, we currently
If-
don't
if
have
that's
anything.
what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we currently don't have really anything other than people that we know that we can go to help, or VFW. But there's so many different groups. There's active duty groups, Navy Chief Petty Officer Association. There's a lot.
Yeah.
I can name a lot of different groups, and my thought is this: if we go to an ad hoc, it's just nothing's gonna happen. No one's gonna take the lead. So if we go full commission, we get community input, people who actually want to volunteer. I think we can actually see if this is actually worthy of going to. If we get like 30 inputs, then you know that this is a valid requirement that we should move forward with.
Yeah, I guess the only thing, the place where I'm having most difficulty is not knowing the other things. What's already been being done. What is the military doing? They're literally right across the street, right? So what are they doing? What's the gap, right? And then, that's how we would think about strategizing, right? What's the gap? Let's try to fill the gap, right? And what is the gap? I haven't heard what the gap is just yet. Based on information,
The gap is I think it's pretty simple. We don't have a veterans group that actually advises the council at all. We have nonprofits that provide, who could provide services, but there's really not a commission that's actually advising the council on things that the veterans of this community actually want. And that's the gap, if you ask me.
Okay. And what would we in response do to, as a council, what would we do if we were advised about whatever it would be?
Okay, so let's say that the commission advised us on, Veterans Day. They make the plans during their committee meetings. They bring it to the council and present, hey, this is, at no cost to the city, because a lot of this stuff is going to be donated, either time. We're taking this away from the staff who's actually planning our current committee, and we're giving it to the veterans who actually know how to commemorate these type of activities, and bringing in the framework on how we're going to do that particular task. That's what I would envision that this commission would do. And of course, they're going to run it through the council.
Yeah, so just a couple of more questions, because I'm for Veterans Day, I'm for Memorial Day, but what else?
Labor Day.
Yeah, but I mean, other than events on holidays,
Okay, so
what else? That's all I'm trying to get to.
So this commission could do a couple things too. It could actually, when we do the community benefit fund, it could make recommendations to the CBF to see how they can basically submit that grant so that there's money for these events that they want to do. One thing, they could also. I got a few things here. Public engagement. So Reach, where you talked about overlap, Reach was wanting to do like a flag, flags down Ventura Road where they're honoring veterans. So something like this commission could actually rack and stack, who's going to go first, So when I look at this, there's a lot of things that actually it can do, but we're not allowing a nonprofit to do it and then present, but we could actually have a veterans group present to us and then we can move forward. And if they take donations from Reach, that's perfect.
So I think the conversation is an ad hoc is a temporary, right? With a short directive. But I think, and I do appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Lopez on this. As a commission, if we delegate to the commission Memorial Day and Veterans Day, maybe 9/11, maybe that could be the basis for the commission to start. And then, being able to, QR code came to mind. Like if we had a little piece of information that we could get to enlisted personnel on base that said, and you QR code it, and here's all the family activities, here's churches in the area. I mean, we could really, because I think what I hear on the beach oftentimes is like, well, where do you go to get this? And what do I do for that? And, then there's a family walking on the pier and Real Guppies is out there and grab a pole. What? Yeah, it's free. Whoa, and so all these things just take their own momentum. And so on the one hand, I agree, a commission would be great for those 3 items for programming, but ad hoc maybe to communicate to enlisted and veterans, hey, here's what's available for volunteerism, because I know they're always looking for volunteers and Real Guppies on the pier. The museum here, so I think there's a lot here that we can work with, and I think maybe if we separate out those 3 things, because it's always start simple, right, and then if it grows into more, great. But if we could just get those 3 things accomplished, I could support that.
And so please don't, me saying ad hoc, that is just saying, let's figure it out, right? Before we create an advisory group, let's kind of figure it out. And I think an ad hoc would allow you to be able to do that without having to be under the constraints of the Brown Act, right? And so once you're under the Brown Act and you're having public meetings and you're meeting, you can't talk about business, you know what I mean? So I think ad hoc just gives you an opportunity to kind of, stand it up and say, okay, now we're ready to move, right? So determine what are some of the things that you want to accomplish for the ad hoc, and then when you accomplish those things and say, hey, we're ready, and then go to an advisory. I like the idea. I just, I'm a data person. And so I just would like to see some more data around, like Councilwoman Hernandez said, so that we're not overstepping into business. I mean, stuff that's already being done by the military, by VFW, by any of the nonprofit organizations or groups that's already doing things. I mean, we may not know
Mhm.
because we may not have done that legwork just yet.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I think you make a good point, but I think we don't have to figure out everything out today. We can create it, get it started, give it some, goals, like different holidays are coming up. We can always add stuff to it, or they can come back and talk to us about what things they want to do as well. Whatever this committee comes up with, they can come back to us and ask for, approval to go this route or go that route. So we just need to give bare bone structure, and then we can move. So we don't have to figure it out tonight.
Yeah, I'll be willing to do whatever the council wants to do. I just don't want you all to be constrained and have to wait for your quarterly meetings to do business and our monthly meetings to get approvals, and then wait again for your meetings, so that's
I
kinda-
think we could build language in there that says that, they can meet more often. They don't have to wait quarterly if they have urgent business. I mean, it's all about like the language that we create or staff creates.
Yeah. And then staff will be, if it's an advisory group, then the staff is on the line. So we'll definitely need your support.
Yeah, and sort of with what I'm hearing, one of the challenges is if sort of pick a path, because if we're going to do an ad hoc, you can kind of do it with like minimal direction at this point, and almost like I've seen it where you create an ad hoc and you say your first assignment is over the first 90 days, tell us what this should be, like tell us what the goal, like, the 5 people that get appointed, tell us what the goal of this committee should be, and tell us where we're missing or we don't like, or where we need the support, versus the challenge with the full commission off the bat is if we're going to create it in the code with an ordinance, is we have to define upfront what it is, So as I'm hearing the discussion, it sounds like maybe that path of, essentially create an ad hoc committee with their first assignment being come back to us with what this should look like. Similar to what actually we did with the museum committee. We did similar and they're working on it still, but it was first step is you tell us what the committee should be and how it should operate and all that kind of stuff. So.
Will this go out with, a Port Hueneme social media?
Yeah, and I was gonna say it's up to the council how we want to handle it, but if that's one option. If we want to go that way, it could be we could put out a call for applicants. So an announcement that we're going to create an ad hoc committee. We're looking for applicants. We're looking for people with some sort of, if this language is okay, like some sort of, veteran background or current. I think I heard too the active duty. Send us an email if you're interested, and then we'd bring back a list of people that are interested, and then the council can. I would recommend we start similar to the museum, where each person gets to appoint a person to start, and we give them a task. What's good about that is for that first 90 days, it's like, it's very flexible, where they can meet as much or as little as they need to, and then come back with what's proposed. So that might be a good starting point.
Mayor?
Yes.
if I may. Yes, thank you. I'm not sure we're even ready to go to an ad hoc or a full commission at this point. I like the suggestion made by Council Member Perez. I think what you were saying is that we need to refine the goals, and we need to further refine what the goals of this commission, whether it's ad hoc or a full-on commission, might be. And I think we heard some good things tonight, and we still need to hear from Mr. Fiala. We heard about volunteer opportunities. That was a great idea. We heard about the banner program. That is something that this committee or commission could get involved in. We heard about the events, advising staff on the events, because staff is very much involved in the event planning. Connecting vets to resources. Look at all the vets that showed up tonight from the port. I mean, we didn't even, maybe working with the port and doing some outreach with them and connecting them to, what's available here in the city of Port Hueneme, things to do. And a things to do list would be great not only for vets, but for tourism and people and visitors, people who come to this community and people in general. There's a lot of things to do here. So maybe we need to go back, have staff go back and with the inputs that we've heard tonight and refine the goals with further input from Mayor Pro Tem, and then we can come back and decide, what committee format would be the best one at this point. And can we just hear from Tom? I think that'll help better refine.
Yeah, while you're coming, go ahead.
I'm prepared to nominate someone without even asking him. I think he would serve very well. And so my question to my colleagues is, do we each have someone that we could nominate? And can we just send those names over to our city manager and get moving on this?
Yeah, so I think they've already kind of talked about process as it relates to getting names, just like we do everyone else. And if you have someone, have them to apply if we get there. I think that'll be the proper way to do it. Mr. Fiala, did you have something you'd like to share with us?
Well, I can just add a little bit to it. Okay. So a lot of the, Jess and I have talked about this before, I'm sorry, Councilman Lopez and I have talked about this before. We've been going kind of back and forth for the last couple months. The VFW does a lot of what Jess wants to do, but on a much smaller scale because we're really not that big. We can't take care of the county. The VFW in general, those potential VFW members, that's shrinking as the years go by. I don't know if you understand this, but VFW stands for Veterans of Foreign Wars. These are combat veterans. They're not veterans. A veteran doesn't get you into the VFW. You can be in the military for 30 years. If you've never left the United States, never been in a conflict, you're not getting into the VFW. It's just our requirements. Anyway, there's a couple things that we want to clarify. There was the whole, Councilwoman Perez had mentioned a lot of people want to donate time. There's actually a new program within the military where they actually get a medal if they do so many hours, and that medal translates to a possible promotion. The more medals you have, you get a better chance of promotion. So there's a lot of them. We get it all the time, people wanting to volunteer at the VFW. We just don't have anything going on, so I turn a lot of people away. You are correct. There are a lot of different organizations. You got the American Legion. You got the VVVC, which is the Vietnam Veterans of Ventura County. It's an MC. There is, who else is there? There's the VA. There's a whole thing over at the VA. There's us. There is, and then there's other things. You talked about the port earlier. There's a lot of veterans in the port. There's a lot of veterans. Ironically, there's two of the organizations that I've dealt with lately are the Hells Angels and the Mongols, and that's because we have a riders group, and they're a lot of veterans too. So they leave us alone. We're cool with them, but there's a lot of different organizations that are heavily veteran. There's a lot of veterans in there. So it'd be nice to tie this all together. And you're correct in that I think you're messing up the terminology a little bit when you say enlisted. Enlisted there's officers, there's enlisted. Enlisted are just people that didn't go to college and didn't go to officer training school. But there are 23-year-old ensigns over at the base that have never left home. They never left Nebraska until they were stationed here. So it's not just enlisted. I would include active duty. I would include the base, because that's actually who needs that information. And yeah, it would be nice to have a central location of, here's what you can do in the community. There's downtown Ventura over here, there's downtown Oxnard over here, there's a VFW over here, things for them to do. Or like you had said, how do I find a babysitter? Maybe you get a running list of babysitters, or swimming lessons for your kids, or activities on the weekends, or soccer, sports for your kids, Little League and soccer. It'd be nice to have one location for them to go to and get all that information, especially when they're coming in from out of town. when they're being stationed here for the first time, they have no idea what's going on. And they have no idea who to contact. It'd be nice to have that list for them. We get this a lot, but that's if you even know what the VFW is. There are people that live across the street that have no idea what the VFW is. So it's just kind of one of those things. It's hard to get that word out, but we've done pretty well in the last few years. I mean, the community kind of knows what we're about now, but new people coming in may not know. I think it needs to be defined a little bit better. I agree, this whole, hey, let's start a commission and just go run with it. Maybe that may be a little premature. I think you need to work out the details. And you're right, I would get the VVCC, the VFW, the American Legion, I'd get them involved, the VA, the base, the command master chief on the base would be a great person to talk to and get everyone's, hey, what do you think you need? What are you lacking type of thing. So there's a good starting point. It needs to be defined a little bit better. You're right. You're right. And like I said, the VFW, though we're one of the bigger ones in California, we're actually the 13th largest out of 246. We're the 13th largest one. Even though we're at decent size and we're actually in good shape, we're still on a much smaller scale than I think what Councilman Lopez is going for here.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, I've said great. I did have one question. You mentioned earlier about the county. I think our intent is to stay within the city of Port Hueneme. Is that correct?
Yes, it would. The commission would basically advise the council on all things Port Hueneme. Now, this can grow.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's not the intent that we are, if approved, we want to start a committee that's going to be supporting Ventura County, because we're Port Hueneme. So I just want to make sure that that's not the intent. Now, knowing that we will probably get people that are not from Port Hueneme, but it's not the intent to service the county.
No, it would be, it would be to advise the council on veterans related matters.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think doing the whole county, that's a whole different
No,
deal.
you said county, so I was wondering why you said
there's
that.
There's a bunch of there's 5 of them in the county of Ventura, other than us. But there's 4 other ones. And in the one last thing, that whole banner thing, Rich brought that up. It wasn't me. Everybody thinks that I started that. No, Rich brought it up because he went on vacation to Pennsylvania and he saw them. So I'm working with Rich. The REACH program's actually working on that as well.
Okay.
We haven't quite. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Rich.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Hernandez.
I had one more item that we should add to the list to justify the existence of this entity, whatever it becomes, is that we are members of the Federal Outreach Advisory Council. What do we call them? Communities of military.
FOAC, what does that stand for?
Communities,
They're
military bases.
supported communities.
We don't have any way of extrapolating or gathering information about base needs, and so that would be one key justification for having such a committee, is that for them to advise us on, where they see the gaps and what they see as being the needs. We hear it through RDP, but RDP, we'll go to Washington and talk about childcare needs and licensing needs for the wives or husbands of the military person assigned to Navy Base Ventura, which we've done before. But there's other things out there that we don't have anything to take to these discussions, to these meetings. So that, I think, would be really helpful to have. If this advisory group could do that for us.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Any questions? Do we have any public comments?
No more public comments.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? We're gonna, let me see. Sorry. I want to make sure I read the recommendation.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
So I like to recommend a ad hoc for the Veterans Advisory. So I'm gonna make that motion.
5-member?
5-member.
I'll second.
Are you adding any parameters to it, or you just want to get it off the ground?
I say we give them a framework, and they come back to us with their recommendations and advise the council on what this could be.
Based on our discussion tonight.
Well, we give them a basic framework, and we let them decide what they want.
Okay.
And, we could give them parameters.
I have great trust in City Manager Vega to produce a staff report. It's a good, to get this thing off and rolling on the tracks. So we have.
Okay,
do we need a second? No, we have a second.
We have a second. Was that you? That was Councilmember Hernandez. No other discussion? All right.
I have one question on that. I was trying not to, but I see two options. One could just be everybody can send us a name of somebody that they'd want to be on that, and then we could reach out and have them be part of the ad hoc. Or the other is we do the public announcement and we bring an item back to a point. So
I think you should do the public announcement, and then if we have someone we want to, tell them to apply.
Okay, got it.
That way we get more.
Yeah, and you never know who might apply.
This is discussion. Do you have?
Yeah, I just think that if you're going to move forward with selecting ad hoc members, that we have an idea of what they're going to be responsible for doing. So hopefully staff has listened to what some of those ideas are and say, well, you could be working on advising the council on these issues. You could be helping develop a resource list. You could be,
I heard a second piece that I think ties in, if the council agrees, because especially if we're doing an announcement to ask for people, then we're going to have an item come back to a point. And so I think it was maybe right before we went to the speaker, I think it was Councilmember Hernandez who said something about the Mayor Pro Tem having thought about this, that he could provide some of that information. So what we could do is when we bring back the names, we can work with Mayor Pro Tem to identify sort of parameters as a starting point, and then bring that item with the people being appointed, and the council can, it doesn't mean the council will point blank accept it, but it could be a starting point for discussion, make any changes, approve parameters, appoint people, and then the ad hoc committee can get to work. So.
And I think I heard what you just said, but for a Mayor Pro Tem, when the comment was made about you laying down parameters, well, I think what's being said is you've heard what we have said is acceptable. So the expectation would be that we would see that. Because if the group came up with their own parameters, they may be outside of what we have kind of agreed to ourselves. So just make sure, I'm not saying make sure, but just know that we have said what we believe is important, and there may be an issue if the group comes back with something and doesn't include what we said is important. Then that would probably create time. We'll have to go back and forth. We really don't have to do that.
Well, since it's an ad hoc, they're not going to be bound to, strict meetings, and they're a little fluid.
Right.
So I think they can actually meet, and once they discuss, okay, I think this is a good product I could take to the council, and then we look at their recommendations.
Just if I may reiterate that I have great confidence in City Manager Vega to pull this together and get us started.
I will just say this, there has to be, I guess the framework is, a veteran, active or commissioned officer, active duty, enlisted service member, or a professional veteran member who can serve on this commission only.
Supporting the
When you
military
say
as a whole.
veteran member, do you mean someone who professionally works in the area?
In the area, it could be a nonprofit, it could be the VA, someone who actually has veteran experience.
Okay, anything else? If there's nothing else, Madam Clerk, can we take a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. He
Yeah,
took our
good job.
Excel.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations, that's good.
Can we like skip the next one? I'm tired.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 16, annual review of the City Council Policy and Procedures Manual and Resolution approving an amendment. Will staff please present the report?
Yes,
Motion
thank
to
you. And I
approve.
think, noting the time, I'll try to keep it pretty brief, that, we had talked about doing an annual review of the policy and procedures. Doesn't mean that we necessarily need to change something every year, but we wanted to at least have a placeholder item where we have that opportunity to review it and identify if there's any changes. Since this is the second year we've done that, we did, throughout the year, we tried to keep a list of the times, the possible changes that the council had mentioned or had been mentioned at a council meeting. We had 2 on the list this year that had been discussed at some point for council to consider. Obviously, the council, if there's other changes that should be identified, council can identify those, but the 2 that we had kept track, or documented from prior discussion was listed on page 2 of the report. Number 1 is expressly stating that the manual applies to city commissioners. That was based on, we had a conversation about the manual and who it's applicable to. The manual states that it's applicable to elected officials, officers, and employees. There was some gray area whether that included then, because elected officials doesn't include commissioners, employees doesn't include commissioners, officers we think does, but it's not as clear cut and it's not defined in the manual. So we could add language stating that clearly. Item 2 was, there had been a discussion about whether to have a policy requiring all council members to be informed of records requests that are made that relate to any and all council members, or made by any and all council members. There is not that policy at this point, so as of right now and without any change, that policy doesn't exist. I will, at the time that conversation was had, I made this note, and I will reiterate that we get tons of records requests, and most of them are very, very boring. So I would not not recommend any sort of policy that just generates that high level of emails and work for records that are not very interesting. But that was discussed previously about creating sort of that narrower process or policy. Again, it doesn't exist at this point, so that would be a question for the councils if that wants to be created. But those were the 2 items that were discussed at some point during the year that we said we would note for the annual review. It's on the agenda today for council to review and decide if there's any need for revisions, additions, or deletions. We're happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. City Manager and Joan, our city attorney, for working on this. I have a couple of cleanup issues. One is the applicability of who what groups are these policies apply to. And I believe I did say at the last meeting that commissioners were included. And I said that because as we've seen in on page 1, that it is those who are the city council, let's see, well, I think the language is in here on page 1, who it applies to. But then on page 5 of 29, the Code of Ethics for Council Members, if you go to section 5A1, it says this applies to public officials, both elected and appointed. So maybe we just need to clean up that language. But I am all for requiring the conflict of interest where we draw a circle around the areas of where these commissioners live, because I have heard both from the CAC and the Measure U committee where members have pushed for programs or against programs based on where they live. And that's a problem. Okay. So I think, if anything, that needs to be included in here where they are subject to that 500, 1,000 foot rule, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. The other change, there's a reference in here to a customer service management system, and I don't think that exists. So maybe that needs to be taken out.
It does. I actually looked at one point at, that was added when the city purchased GoGov, the app that you can report things through. And I think it was added, it was before I was here, but I think it was added with the intent of basically saying, you know, people should be referred back to that rather than.
Are you talking about council members?
Yes.
Excuse me, but we
when
were.
it goes to GoGov?
Hold on just one second.
That, oh.
Okay, let's stop. Councilmember Hernandez, finish.
Yes.
And then we'll
Thank
go to
you.
you after she finishes.
Thank you. So I understand that GoGov does take complaints and comments, but I don't think that it is accurately reflected in the policy, and I can't find the page that it's on, but you know what I'm talking about. And I don't think that GoGov actually addresses employee complaints or how to file employee complaints.
Oh, I didn't recall it for employee complaints. I think it was for essentially like customer service requests. It said can be referred in these ways.
Okay, I think it's at the end. Just bear with me for a second. I had it marked on another copy, and now I can't find it. But actually, can I just ask staff to take a look at that and either change the language on what it's called or make a more.
I think it's page 18 of 29.
Thank you. You're so good at that.
I saw it on page 20.
Urge of use of city electronic device accounts.
No, that's not it. Yeah.
Page 20, at number 6, refer complaints to the city manager and/or the city's customer
There you go.
relationship management
Yes.
system for further processing. Staff shall be given adequate time to investigate and respond to such complaints. And so what I had understood that to be is essentially, if you get a complaint from a resident, you know, my trash can wasn't picked up, that my guess is, based on when I looked back and when this was added, is when they bought the GoGov system, it was like, well, not every complaint has to come to the city manager now. You know, that can be referred to, hey, they forgot to pick up my trash can. Okay, well, report it to GoGov, you know, that kind of a thing. I thought it was interesting. It was called out, and I sort of wondered the history of it, but you know, I think that was what we came up with when we looked at that, is that it was added at the time that the city purchased that system.
So I looked for it and I could not find it. So maybe.
The GoGov?
No, that communication. I never even heard of it.
The customer
ser-
relationship
yeah.
management? It's GoGov. That's
Okay.
GoGov is a CRM
Okay, so
application.
can we change the language so it can say GoGov?
We can, yeah.
Okay,
My
so
guess
that's-
is when they did it, usually when you write a policy, you don't specify the brand name in case you change the brand name, but we can.
Well,
we
it's
can
in
do that.
caps. I mean, you're using
Mhm.
caps, so
Mhm.
it seems like the term is capitalized.
It's those applications are called CRM applications.
Okay.
So it's that's the genre of applications that
Okay.
include GoGov.
All right, well, for the person who's requesting it, I think there just needs to be some more definition. Okay, not a big deal, not a big deal. But let me move on to the e-communications prohibited. On page 13 of 29, council members, while the council is in session, the members must preserve order and decorum, and the members shall neither by conversation or otherwise delay or interrupt the proceedings or the peace of the council, not disturb any member while speaking, or refuse to obey orders by the presiding officer. And it talks about e-communications. I would ask, is note-taking and side conversations appropriate? Is that, because it seems to me that there are side conversations taking place at this dais while communication, while people are presenting, while there's discussion going on, and there's notes being shared. And I think that's inappropriate behavior. I think that that shouldn't be happening up here for transparency reasons, for vote-taking reasons, and for just general respect of the people who are speaking.
I mean, I've seen it happen everywhere. It happens on all boards and side conversations, and it's.
Between council members or board members, I don't see it at my meetings that I go to.
You gotta look for it.
Excuse me.
So I take notes throughout the meeting, and if my colleague to the left of me gets to look at it, that's what happens, regardless. And then I also make notes here, and if I'm going to share this note with the person to the left of me, is it Brown Acty, or is it
what
good?
is what the ethics on that, the rules on that?
Well, my only comment regarding notes are, and I say this to all of the council members, is whatever it is you write down is potentially subject to a Public Records Act request. So I just ask everybody to be, very cautious that there is that potential.
And I see the potential also for swaying votes. I mean, the note could be passed as, I'm not voting for this because of that, influencing votes.
That's if you're doing that, though.
Yeah, that's not what's happening.
We don't know. Yeah. So anyway, just.
Okay, so.
For the same reasons that the e-communications talk about not using e-communications, I think it should also apply to note-taking or note sharing.
Okay, so
that's my suggestion.
So you're talking about an addition to the policy?
Yeah.
Can we go back to GoGov for a second?
Yes. Just hold on. Let's just talk this through. So notes in itself should not be an issue, because I would hope that when people are talking, we're all taking notes, right? And so I think that what you're talking about something else where you
note share, passing notes like you're in high school. You're passing a note to somebody.
Okay, so the perception is that notes are being passed. So I think that we have to really step back and see things for what they are. I'm not saying they are or aren't, but we can't infer because someone is sharing something that they're passing notes, because I've written something down before when I was Mayor Pro Tem, and I asked the city manager, like,
a question.
Like,
and that's fine, but when you continually see people at this dais.
It's not continuous. It rarely happens.
So we all know there are Brown Act violations when you are sharing or talking about voting for, so we know that. Let me just finish this real quick. We know that, and so we all have a responsibility to follow the Brown Act, right? We all have a responsibility. So if we're all doing that, then that's all that there is. Just do that.
See, but I don't know that, because what I know is that I could speak to one council member without violating the Brown Act. So to suggest whether it's speaking, writing a note to one council member, that's not a Brown Act violation.
Right, but I don't think that's what's being talked about here. I think what is being referred to is not paying attention and having side discussions and passing notes.
I didn't hear that.
That's not, but I.
No, that is what she said.
That's
Yeah,
what
that's
she
what I'm
said.
referring to, yeah.
That's what she's referring to.
Mayor, I have a comment.
And so what I'm saying is that, one, let's not perceive that we know what's happening because we see something, because a lot of times that's not the case.
So
Okay?
shall I share all my notes from tonight with everybody?
That's not what I'm saying.
No?
She's
Okay.
saying-
That's not what I'm
I
saying.
don't really know what.
So I'm an adult. I know how to govern myself. And there have been times where I didn't hear something appropriate from a public speaker. And I asked, when I was sitting next to Mayor Martinez, I asked a question what they're talking about or what was his company called. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And to infer that there's something inappropriate happening or vote swaying, that's unreasonable and unacceptable to me. And it's a judgment that shouldn't be happening. I'm an adult. If I want to ask a question and I'm using a note, we're not in high school. We don't need hall monitors.
Well, the proper procedure is to go through the mayor when you have a question, is to get recognized by the mayor and then ask your question. So that's what we need to adhere to.
Thank you, and I'm working really hard to make sure we're doing that.
Yeah.
We were talking about notes.
Yes. So I think everybody knows what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to be doing. So let's move on from that.
We go back to
And-
GoGov.
I am
And-
done with my questions, Mayor. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Gama.
I am an aggressive user of GoGov, and I guarantee you, maybe into this day, where's Fred? I'm probably the #1 user in the city, for very good reason, and I don't think anyone could ever say that I'm misusing GoGov. If I see a tripping hazard, I take a picture. If I see graffiti, I take a picture. If I see a mess in the bathroom, I take a picture, and it goes in and it gets addressed. So, am I hearing that a council member using GoGov is bad? If no, I mean, that's what I thought I was hearing. So I just want to make sure that, and then I want to encourage everybody, use GoGov. And if you come across an issue in the city, it takes a second to take a photo and send it in. However, GoGov is like a library of Congress. There is so much stuff in there that I have to cheat the system. If I want to report a broken pole, there is no broken pole report, so I have to call it graffiti because that's the quickest way for me to get my picture in there and get it to GoGov, realizing that Fred and staff will be smart enough to figure it out. So I think we need to push GoGov out there more and get more people using it than
So I think you'd actually love that section then, because it actually says,
But
tell people about GoGov.
But there is a lot of stuff in there about complaints, and I mean, it's just crazy how exhaustive it is. And I always thought that this manual was specific to city council members. I think when we first put it together 5, maybe 6 years ago. And maybe we could change the words so that it could apply to commission members. Is the Citizens Advisory, is it a commission? Yes, advisory commission, so I guess those are commission members. So can we just have a procedure manual for the council and then tweak it for the commission and ad hoc and what else is there? Museum committee?
Yeah, the way it works right now is, well, the way it's worked up until now is this manual is the City Council's Policy and Procedures Manual. It includes references to like requirements that other people have to follow, but this manual is intended for the council. And then the commissioners have their own requirements as far as they are required to, for example, fill out Form 700s and follow the ethics and do harassment training and those types of things. So, when we looked into it when that conversation occurred, and there's a lot in this policy and procedures manual that is applicable to the commissioners, but it hadn't been set up to be where the whole manual was also their manual, you know, the manual was the council's manual. So that's just a choice that the council can make, is you can say, you know, right now we have this, we apply these other requirements to them, or a lot of the same requirements to them, but the council could just say this manual is also applicable to the commissions. But that's a choice.
What about joint port and city commissions or meetings or?
Well, since the manual is applicable to council members and that committee is 2 council members, those council members are subject to this. The port would not be by default. Yeah, they're not city appointments, they're not city commissioners, they're not city elected officials. So city could ask them to be, you know, to follow it, but that's about it.
Okay, we'll go over to Mayor Pro Tem.
So I have something that I looked at. So under page 26 of 29, city-sponsored events. I discussed this to the city manager during the election process, and this is my personal opinion, but I would love to propose a rule here. So no individual holding the office of mayor of Port Hueneme who's seeking re-election in the upcoming election shall engage in community interactive events or activities involving the use of public resources or city-funded programs during the final 3 months before an election period. The only reason why I say that is it's an unfair advantage. And I'm not saying that it's done on purpose or by design, but you become the face of the city, and if you're having coffee with Boca Park or, you know, coffee with the residents, and you're at Anna Cappuccino, and it's a city-sponsored event, it's technically free PR. And my thought process is, for a level playing field, we should actually have some language in there.
Well, then if you say that, then July Beach Festival, the mayor can't present at the beach festival either, because that's in July.
If it's within the last 30 days, and so if the mayor is not up for re-election, then he could. It only applies if you're up for re-election. And I'm not taking shots at anybody. I'm just trying to level out the playing field.
That takes out half a year of a person being mayor to represent themselves.
No,
at
it's
city
3
events.
months.
Yeah, but it's their job. It's their duty. And it's this body that nominates the next mayor. So you keep in mind that person's up for election. If you have a significant problem with that, don't elect that mayor who's up for re-election, because it's unfair to say you can't do your duty.
Yeah, but the
as
mayor is not always going to be, you know, the mayor's not always going to be up for re-election when that person's appointed as mayor.
But you're kind of suggesting that anyone who is.
I'm just saying it's an unfair advantage.
Oh, yes, so you might be surprised to know that I know of a current mayor who wasn't reelected. So what advantage did he have? You know, so, and frankly, I don't know, I think.
Okay, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the proposal, but I think that there is a way to identify the common things that a mayor does every year, like the beach festival, but anything that all of a sudden is creative.
Yeah.
For instance, I have not seen our mayor doing coffee with the chief or coffee at Boca Park or Anna Cappuccino this year. So things that just pop up out of the blue like that, just the perception is there that there's an unfair advantage. So if there's a way we can fashion and design the language so that it's the mayor is allowed to do the normal course of business at regularly scheduled events, then that would be fine. But that things that are just created on the fly
I don't
would
believe
not
they
be.
were meant to be created on the fly. I believe
They
that
weren't.
City Manager Vega was planning on implementing that, and he's the first city manager to do so, and it just so happened to have been my year.
Yeah, we've also already started to schedule the first one.
That's right.
With
Yeah.
the mayor, so it wasn't created for an election.
Yeah.
No, this is not calling anything out. I think for ceremonial purposes, I think the mayor is obligated. It's in the it's in
Right.
our duties. Those are ceremonial duties. I'm just talking about stuff like that. You know, coffee with the group. Those I think we should be careful with.
I mean, we can just have, the council could just say, don't do coffee with the mayor if we don't want to do coffee with the mayor. Like, we were trying to do that as a, community conversation, but.
And
but if
it
it's
never went through
problematic-
council. It never went through council, so I think
Correct.
that was the problem, too. So, things that are
Those,
approved by
those
council.
items don't typically, but.
Yeah. So, my thought around it, and I won't be mayor when I'm up for reelection, so I think it's safe for me to speak, but I think a person is a mayor for a year, right? So they should be able to do all the things that are in alignment with that role for the year, because that is the job of the mayor. But I am in agreement with you of that a campaign should not cross over. It's very apparent when someone is campaigning versus doing their normal work that they're doing for the mayor. So I think that having language that kind of points, I wouldn't point out specific things, but I would definitely, refer to items that are not normally handled by the mayor, right? So for instance, I'm the mayor, and it's Christmas time, and I don't generally have any events for the public, or Thanksgiving, I just say all of a sudden, I'm going to have an event and invite people to come out and drink some hot chocolate or whatever, and that's not something I would normally do, and it's time for my campaign. I think that's clearly a campaign stunt, right? So I think there are the things that we do, and then those are the other things I think you might be referring. I hope that you're referring to the other things.
But there's also rules that we have to follow with FPPC.
Yeah.
Right?
And every member of this council is invited to all of, it's not just the mayor. It's every council member can go to the same thing. So we all be there together. It's not just about the mayor.
Yeah, but I do understand what you're saying. What you're talking about is using your mayoralship as part of your campaign. And I think it's clear. It should be pretty clear when that happens.
The council has the ability to decide who the mayor is, right?
Right.
So the easy option there is just don't appoint the mayor during an election year. And that's really, don't appoint someone who's on an election year. And if you don't do that, then you don't have the other problems.
Not fair either.
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair either.
Well, none of this is fair that we're talking about.
Well,
So let's
I mentioned it. I saw it, and
I get it.
I think it's. Again, it's something to think about.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe we can bring it up.
The challenge is you can think of 1,000 scenarios where, let's say we do have another natural disaster a month before an election, and I have to call the mayor and say, you can't participate in this town hall we're doing, which would actually be harmful to the city and to the residents. So I think
excuse me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think if the other option of if the council just doesn't appoint the mayor during an election year, that actually solves all those problems and doesn't create that additional problem. So.
No, that goes way too far the other way, though.
Right.
And I would argue too that in our city council ordinance, the mayor is designated as the chair of the disaster council, so it's completely appropriate for them to do that job during a disaster.
I trust our residents to be able to tell the difference. And if there's mayor, whoever, in an election year doing things that are obvious ploys, I think it's, like I said, I mentioned a mayor earlier that wasn't reelected.
It's happened. Not every mayor gets reelected.
Yeah, and he was out there in front doing all kinds of things. And so, anyways, I trust the public. And if any one of us makes blatant abuses of it, I think the public would hold us accountable.
So did we have anything else added to what is already recommended? Did we? Are there any public comments?
Yes, we have one public comment.
great.
It's a written public comment. City Council, as you review the council policy and procedures, please consider re-emphasizing the importance of respectfully not interrupting other people on the dais Almost every meeting, I observe someone who has not been recognized by the mayor interrupt another person who has the floor and is speaking. For example, during the last meeting in March, one speaker was interrupted twice during their council members' reports and comments time near the end of the meeting. Earlier in the meeting, the city manager was interrupted and cut off while trying to answer a question. Thank you to those on the dais that consistently follow this basic meeting protocol, and that was from Jeffrey Scarberry. And it concludes public comment.
Thank you. So we have before us a recommendation to consider the Policy and Procedures Manual, make such revisions, additions, or deletions it deems necessary, and adopt the attached resolution approving the manual as modified. So we have the recommendations, 2 recommendations. Is there a motion and a second?
I'll make the motion to approve the policy procedures with the recommended changes.
And just for the record, that second item wasn't a recommendation to adopt. It was just that the council consider it. So we do recommend stating that the manual applies to all if that's what the council intends for it to be, including
yes.
commissioners clearly. But the records request protocols, there wasn't a staff
Okay,
recommendation.
great, thank you. Everybody's clear on that?
Yes.
And we received a motion and a second, is that correct?
Who seconded?
You didn't get a second, is there a second?
Oh, sorry.
Great.
May I,
Discussion.
I'm sorry, discussion.
Yeah, Councilman
It might help us out if, and I tried to do this when I was mayor, we have an item and we go to the end of the dais. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? Pro Tem, Mayor. Is that something we may want to consider in our manual? Because if we did that, then each one of us would know the order in which we're going to be called. And it might make our meetings go quicker. It might be more conducive to not stepping on each other.
Yes, and I try to do that. I don't always call out, but I give a nod, and if she says she doesn't have anything, I skip her and go right to you. And then sometimes I try, if I've gone to
But should we make it a rule? Make it a policy.
It's been an unspoken rule
Okay,
already.
all right.
Kind of
all right.
unspoken, and we've been following that, except when we get over here, then you want to go, and then she wants to go again, and then someone else wants to go. So.
Hey, it's democracy.
Yeah. But, yes, so we have second. So can we have a vote, please?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll now move to our city manager comments and reports.
Yes, thank you. And I'll try to keep it quick. I know we had a long night. We just wanted to highlight a couple of recent events and then a couple upcoming ones as well. Our partners from the port were here today, and they mentioned this as well, but we held our second annual 5K this year with the new Sea Splash Color Dash theme on Saturday, March 22nd. And it was a great event. I think we had over 757 participants, including the first ever Kids 1K, which was pretty fun to watch. So that was, I think, a great event. I think talking to the port team, they were happy with the turnout, as were we. So I think that was, I think we can call that a success at this point. And we have posted some of the follow-up pictures and videos. So if anybody missed it, there's some good videos on our social media pages. Second, I think the area to watch over the next couple weeks is going to be the Bubbling Springs Park and the library, where people will start seeing the reopenings of both of those facilities between now and May 3rd. And so we will be doing some announcements. We'll be putting out some press releases for the reopening of Bubbling Springs Park, which starts with April 12th, celebrating with the baseball fields and the first ever turning on of the lights at Bubbling Springs Park. So we're working on that for the evening of Saturday, April 12th. That will be, right now, the 12th will be the first day that most of the fencing will come down. There's still a couple of areas that we're doing some work on but most of the park is going to start coming online on April 12th. And I think the playground is getting built very quickly, but that might be about a week after that the playground opens. And then the last thing to open will be the soccer fields that we're still preparing. So multi-use fields that we're still preparing. So the reopening begins April 12th and will kind of continue leading up to May 3rd, which will be the reopening of the Ventura County Library and the mural unveiling. And by that day, we expect to have everything at the park and the library and that whole corridor back open again. So that'll be an accomplishment after a lot of work over the last couple years. And then the library also confirmed today that they then would begin resuming regular library hours on Monday, May 5th. So that is the day to mark your calendar. On May 3rd, when we do the grand opening, they are going to offer library cards and things like that. So if people come join us for that, they can get ready for the full reopening on May 5th. So we have two other events coming up that we wanted to just get on people's calendars. That same day on April 12th, but in the morning, we have the Extravaganza at Miranda Park, Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. with check-ins starting at 8:30 a.m. and it's free for ages 0 to 12 years old. So we invite everybody to come out to that Extravaganza. And then we also just sent out the first round of invites for the 2025 Memorial Day ceremony, which is planned for May 26th, 2025 at Port Hueneme Pier at 8:30 a.m. So that one's still a ways out, but mark your calendars for it in the meantime. We mentioned the Beach Festival last meeting, and so I won't get too much into it other than we just keep reminding people to mark their calendars for the new dates in July 12th and 13th. But we do want to highlight that the community poster contest still has a couple weeks left. We're hoping to get as many posters as we did last year, which we still have surrounding us here. And so we're asking people to submit those. High school, junior high, and elementary school ages can submit those by 5 p.m. April 24th. And then the other thing we launched a couple weeks back, and we've already got over 160 responses, is our short-term rental community survey. We are asking everybody, because we've heard a lot of feedback on this topic, so we're asking everybody to visit the survey and fill out the survey and send us, or let us know your thoughts. We'll have the survey, and then towards the end of that period, we're going to have a meeting here, a community meeting, and then we'll ultimately bring all those results back to a city council meeting for a conversation about an ordinance and potential regulations. So that's open now, and it can be filled out between now and May 16th. And then last, the April 21st agenda. Currently, we have planned 3 presentations, the Dispatcher of the Year, and then Earth Day and Arbor Day, which go hand in hand this year. And then we have a public hearing scheduled for that dune restoration project. The council's already reviewed previously, but now we have to bring forward the permit that would go before Coastal Commission, so that would come to the council as a public hearing. And then we have 3 business items we're currently planning to bring. One is the nitrous oxide regulation that we're planning to propose to the council. It's an issue that we've been seeing on our public safety side over the last couple years, kind of increasing. And then a broadband master plan update, and also the community benefit fund application review. The deadline passed for the community benefit fund applications. We've received a lot of applications. Those applications are going to go to the Citizens Advisory Commission next Monday. And then the idea is, with their recommendations, coming back to the council on April 21st for the council to give direction to the joint committee. So, or to the city council representatives on the joint committee. So those are the items scheduled for April 21st. And that's everything I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead.
Mr. City Manager, I remember several meetings ago when city attorney presented the agreements with the port. We had a number of questions, and that those questions, we were told, were going to be ferried over to the port, and that we would get a response. And I thought tonight we were going to get a response to our questions. And so I'm bringing it up because we had a very public discussion, and I think whatever those responses are, we need to do it publicly. So do I need to request an agenda item to review those responses to our questions, or what's the plan?
Yeah, so we'll start with the most recent update is the port sent us a response via Joan on those questions at about 3:30 today.
About 3:30 today. I immediately forwarded those responses to City Manager Vega so that he could see them as quickly as possible. I haven't reviewed those responses in their entirety or with the depth that I would want to review them. I know I'm going to have some follow-up questions to the port's attorney who provided those responses, and then we need to bring those responses back to the council.
Yeah, and so I think when the council had asked those questions, I think at that time we had said we'd get that information and come back to the council. So I think our plan right now would be that we'd bring that back to the council, so I don't see a need to ask for that again, unless there's a specific request.
So to be clear, you're going to bring the raw responses back to us, and then you'll share with us your follow-up questions, or maybe another one develops.
That's correct. That is my plan at this time. The council can give us some other direction on how to go.
Mr. City Manager, I believe you did forward those to City Council, correct? Okay, thank you. I
Yeah,
saw
so you can see the raw response, I think is what it's called, but that I guess the question is, what's the plan for those coming back into a public meeting? And so that was
that was my point,
responding to.
That they should be presented publicly, because we did have a public discussion and we had questions, and now we have responses come back. So I just want to make sure that we have a public meeting on the response.
Great, thank you. Now we'll go ahead and do the council member reports. Councilmember Perez.
The only committee I attended was the FOAC committee, and it was really short because they are just still in limbo discussing what's happening at the grant level and funding level at the federal government. So nothing to report back on that yet.
Thank you. Councilmember Gama.
On April 26th at 2 p.m. at the South Oxnard Library, there is going to be a Ormond Beach documentary presentation called Past, Present, and Future. They're going to have the premiere there. The documentary is made for elementary school audience. We know starting good environmental habits early is the best long-term strategy. On that note, Hueneme Beach Cleanup has hosted thousands of students in our nearly 9 years history. And Janet Bridgers, she's an environmentalist activist of 40 years and the co-founder of Earth Alert, is the one that made the documentary. And so I'm hoping everybody could come and participate in the premiere here in South Oxnard. I was really pleased to see all the port interaction today, and I just want to bring this up. On Friday, the emissions smell on my neighborhood was very heavy for 6 hours, and it's a concern of mine because I have a 83-year-old mother living with me who has to take three nebulizer treatments a day for her respiratory hangover from COVID, if you could believe that. And my mother can't smell. So she has no idea that there's those noxious fumes in the neighborhood, and I come in and have to shut all the windows on a hot day and it lasted for 6 hours. So I was glad to hear the port acknowledge that. But, I really believe we need to have a joint meeting, and that's why I made the request some time ago, so that we could talk about issues like this. And I think we need to talk, and you know, talking is the way to have a better relationship. And I hope that we could, we could get going on conversations that matter with the Port of Hueneme. Today we had an executive committee meeting with Beacon. We have no reportable action. We did go into closed session and discuss the evaluation of the executive director, Mark Baylor. We'll be addressing the evaluation with the full board at our next meeting, and I think that's it.
Oh, well, I was going to ask Councilman Agama if you could report on the Beacon meeting itself, because I was zooming in, but then we had that Zoom bomb, which was horrible and disgusting, and I wasn't able to hear the rest of the meeting. Did the meeting continue after that? Can you fill us in on anything that came out of the meeting that I missed?
I forgot about that. You know, so it's somebody gets a hold of your Zoom link and they bomb your meeting, and it causes chaos, and it was bad. I'll just say that. It was really bad. And so our meeting went offline. I forgot about that.
Mark was really quick to shut it down.
That's right. And but we had a really good meeting. We approved a budget, our fee increase of 15%, and I misspoke. I thought it was going to be 5%. But regardless, it's, I know City Manager Vega doesn't like to hear this, but it really is negligible if you look at the bigger picture, you know? And so hopefully we'll be able to but we're moving forward with some really great projects that are benefiting our ability to manage our coastal zones. One of the things that Mark Baylor has been masterful at since I became a part of Beacon 6 years ago is recognizing that every one of the membership of Beacon has different coastal issues, very unique to each jurisdiction. And I think I did mention this in our last council meeting, that, you know, the Coastal Commission has treated the coast as one, and we are now of the mindset, we have the science and the experience behind us, that no, you have to treat each area so differently than the area next to it. And it's this system of sand nourishment, and Dr. Kiki Patch calls it, it's like a bank account. You have to balance your inputs and outputs of sand that we receive mainly from the Santa Clara River. Of course, we have the dredge problem here, and we're working very hard to get Beacon out in front of us, and they're out in Washington, Martha, right? Mm-hmm. They're out in Washington with Martha, or McQueen Lajana, our mayor, and advocating for us. And so, like we heard earlier tonight from the Port of Hueneme, we're hoping to have a mid-year cycle, which is honestly very, very necessary. And in terms of the meeting, we talked about some of the projects and the science and the partnerships that we have with Cal State University, Channel Islands, and other organizations. And the Sand Summit, yes. And then we're going to talk about the Sand Summit coming up here. I have a date.
We do have a date.
It's
Tuesday, April 29th.
Yeah, Tuesday, April 29th.
9:30 to noon.
And it's a Zoom event, and it's I think we discussed today. Can I talk about it?
It's closed session, probably not.
Probably not. What I will say is we are looking to consider developing a strategic plan for Beacon. And we're going to talk about that at our next meeting. And yeah, so that's it.
Great, thank you.
I've been out of the country for the last 2 weeks, so
You don't have anything?
I don't have anything. So I got home at 6 a.m. yesterday morning and slept most of the day. I'm still a little jet lagged. I did want to thank their city clerk for putting the staff reports together in the notebook. I know it's tedious and time consuming, but thank you and staff for doing that. It helps me find my place, even though I still have difficulty sometimes. Other than that, I don't have anything to report, but I'm back and we'll be attending meetings in the coming weeks.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing to report.
Okay, great. So VCTC and the county's transit operators will provide free bus rides on Earth Day, which is Tuesday, the 22nd. I attended the Cesar Chavez event, the march. It was the march and the Citizens Fair, but I did the march portion and presented the proclamation from the city. It was well attended. It was my first, and I got to speak and say, "Si se puede." And everybody said it behind me, and I said it again, and they said it. Councilmember Gaba was there. It was nice. So I attended RDP trip to DC a couple of weeks back. And hopefully I'll get a presentation or handout or something to share with the council members and staff. Great trip. I had a meeting, an accounting meeting, a budget meeting on Monday with VCTC, so I left out. I flew out in the afternoon and got there Monday night, so I missed the whole first day. But was a full schedule on Tuesday and Wednesday. And we at least spoke about dredging, sand replenishment, at least 4 or 5 times in those meetings. So I think we did our due diligence and kind of shared that anytime the topic was near that. Someone, it didn't have to be me, someone else brought it up. Supervisor Long did, Supervisor Lopez did, and so yeah, it came up quite a few times. So it was nice that other people were actually bringing it up as well. I did want to say thank you to the Mayor Pro Tem for just stepping in the last few weeks where I've been busy on the weekends. I have one more weekend that I'm tied up, but after that I'll be free again. So hopefully planning to participate in the extravaganza, and then I might miss the Little League. So I hope you're available for that. And last announcement, the California Senator Monique Limon presented the Women of the Year awards to 5 women in the county, and the general manager of Gold Coast Transit, which I'm currently the chair, received an award as relates to her leadership in the county. So we're excited for her. And I guess another thing I'd share is that GCTD, as it relates to ridership, is still increasing. We found that we'll be able to support at least one more year the Students Ride Free program, and so that's exciting news. The real question is what happens after that. So we're thinking about that. So I think that's all that I have.
Mayor, forgot.
Yes. Go right ahead.
I'm very appreciative of Mayor Pro Tem for bringing up Cesar Chavez tonight. And the reason being is, yes, yesterday we were at the march together, Mayor McQueen, LaJean and I, and it's really remarkable. My mom grew up in Colonia on Garfield Street. Martha grew up in Colonia on another street close by. Martha knows people that were my mom's neighbor on Garfield Street. And one of the things that a lot of us have in common, my biological father's parents were immigrant farm workers. He became a librarian. His brother became a colonel. Martha's extremely successful. And there's so many people that we know who grew up in Colonia, children of immigrant farm workers who are now extremely successful. Oscar Hernandez principal of a couple. He was a principal at Hueneme High School, now a principal at somewhere else. The march went down Cooper Road, and my adopted father, Dr. Gama, his office was on Cooper Road, and so we marched right past his office, and I remember as a young kid spending a lot of time there, and it's just full circle, you know, and so much of our community came out of Colonia, and we're talking judges, doctors, engineers. I mean, it's just incredible. It was such a joy to be there and just to go back to being a 3-year-old child in Colonia coming through town, you know. But anyways, so many successful people were children of immigrant farm laborers, and risk management. Cesar Chavez was a big part of it. My dad being an industrial medical doctor was a big part of it. And so it was overwhelming, and there's like, 700, maybe 800 people there. It was pretty remarkable. So again, thank you, and si se puede, todos la familia.
All right. Let's go to requests for future agenda items. Councilmember Perez, no? You have anything?
I have a request. A request future agenda item that discusses mitigation measures that can help our residents with public safety in regard to electric scooters at the pier.
Second.
We should use the word electric because I think that's what she was describing.
That's what I took.
Yeah.
The electric bike.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Or motorized.
Or motorized.
Motorized, electric.
Yeah.
All in
Give
favor?
that a big second.
All in favor?
Oh.
Aye.
All
Darn.
opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. And if there's nothing else, our next regular meeting is scheduled for Monday, April the 21st at 6:30 p.m. The meeting is now adjourned. The time is 10:47.